Over the place, I don't know, but until this transfer window shuts, I think this is the saga. Over the place, I don't know, but until this transfer window shuts, I think this is the saga we're going to have to go with.
It's going to go all the way, I think, isn't it? Just a quick word on Manchester United as well. They'll be a little frustrated to only leave the South Coast with a point, won't they?
Yeah, once they equalised, I thought they were very, very good for the next 10-15 minutes, and it looked like it was only going to go one way, but then they almost took their foot off the gas and let Southampton back into it, and Southampton had a couple of chances of their own. So in the end, I think a 1-1 draw was all fair.
That is how it finished earlier today, but still to come, we have the London derby between Arsenal and Chelsea. It's just 10 minutes away now at the Emirates Stadium, so time we fully focused on this one. Let us start by hearing from both the bosses ahead of kick-off, Mikel Arteta and Thomas Tuchel.
Well, from Chelsea, I expect what they've done over the last few years. They're a top team full of world-class players with a great manager. They are the champions of Europe, and we expect a really competitive match. It's what I expect about our team. Our fans, that they're going to be supporting the team right behind them from the beginning, because they've been missed so much, and we're going to go there to win the football match. I don't know if he's going to play, so I have a plan to try to stop what Chelsea do, and the plan to do what we have to do to win the game.
I actually don't know what the team will be. It's a bit like it's a difficult one to predict. For me, the situation, when I put myself into their shoes, is the situation is a bit like they can play maybe the underdog role here because of the complications they had now with the COVID situation, the difficulties they had in the first match, and to lose the first match. I think they will try to put themselves into the underdog role and fight from there in this London derby, which is fair enough, and this is on us to be absolutely focused and well aware of everything that they will ask us, because there is a lot of quality in the squad. They have quality signings, they have quality players in their squad, and they can hurt anybody if you're not concentrated, if you're not aware of the danger. So in the end, it comes down to us. What do we demand of us? And there we will be very, very clear, and hopefully we can reach our top level to be able to produce a top result.
He certainly won't be underestimating Arsenal today, Thomas Tuchel, but it's an incredible job that he's done already, Kev, isn't it, during his time in charge of Chelsea, and they will start this one as the big favourites.
Yeah, they will, even though they've come away from home. It won't hold no fears for them. I mean, the Champions League winners are fresh off the back of that. I think Tuchel is a terrific manager. He's incredibly detailed in how he sets out his teams. You know, he doesn't miss anything. And he's assembled an extremely strong squad. You know, it's a power-packed squad. It's got a little bit of everything. It's got guile in there. It's got pace. It's got strength now with Lukaku and power. So they're going to go very close this season, without a shadow of a doubt. If there is anyone, and I still believe that Manchester City are the team to be shot at and beat, if there's anyone this season that will get close and perhaps bypass Manchester City, yes, we spoke about Liverpool having a right go at it, but I think Chelsea will be the team to push them all the way.
Yeah, only Manchester City have won more Premier League points actually since Thomas Tuchel's first game in charge of Chelsea, but only Manchester City have won more Premier League games since Boxing Day than Arsenal. They actually did finish last season strongly. They won their last 5 games of the campaign, but by then really the damage to their season had been done, and they finished it down in 8th position for a second season in a row. It's why the start to this season is so much more important, really, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly is. They need a good start, and they've got to better 8th position. That's for sure, because that's no good to man nor beast. That absolutely not for a club the size of them.
And the start, which began with defeat against Brentford in another London derby, sees them take on Chelsea today, and then next weekend, next Saturday, it's Manchester City away. The pressure could come very early on Mikel Arteta. Where do you think he stands? The club have backed him, haven't they, significantly with the funds that they've spent over the summer in the transfer market, but if results don't pick up at the start of this season, how long do they give him?
Well, I think he's had a little bit of a stay of execution, for want of a better word, because he played for Arsenal for so long. He was a well-liked, well-loved player there. He gave good service, extremely gifted footballer, and he's probably had longer than an outsider, if you like. And they've bared with him, haven't they, for a long period of time. But now the mutterings of discontent have started, and yes, the fixtures have been extremely tough. They would have expected to go to Brentford and win, but the next two, Chelsea at home, Manchester City away, massive games for Arsenal and Arteta.
Yeah, tall order for them certainly today at Emirates Stadium, despite the fact that they did do the double over the Blues last season. They have won the last 3 meetings between the clubs, but those last 2 back-to-back Premier League victories against Chelsea came having won only 2 of the previous 17. Chelsea are hoping to turn the tables today, and the action is on the way very shortly. Almost a full house at Emirates Stadium. That will add a different dynamic, of course, today. It's not often that Mikel Arteta has taken charge of Arsenal in front of a capacity crowd at Emirates Stadium with the pressure on today. The teams will be with us very shortly. Full commentary to come of Arsenal against Chelsea. Kickoff is just 5 minutes away. You are listening to Premier League Live.
It's the ultimate fusion of football and celebrity. The Best 11 podcast from TalkSport. Johnny Owen and Mark Webster interview the biggest names in popular culture, looking back at the role the beautiful game has played in their lives.
Paul Weller. Could I just start off apologising for last weekend?
Actor Stephen Graham. Good morning, Stevie.
Morning. Sharing their earliest football memories, how they celebrated their team's successes, culminating in their all-time Best 11.
Noel Gallagher.
Let's deal with the hangover and let's have it again after that.
The Best 11 podcast. Subscribe now on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Tom Rennie. Join me for a weekly podcast, Week in the Tackle, available wherever you get your podcasts. I'm going to be joined by Brian Dunseth, MLS legend, to tackle the biggest stories from the week in soccer.
And the great thing about working with Tom and making Week in the Tackle is we're only going to be covering things we think are worth tackling.
This show is all about passion. What's going to get us riled up? What's going to get you riled up to give us all something to chew on?
We're not here to sit on the fence and tell you the stories of the day. That's what your phone's for. You'll be scrolling through Twitter while listening anyways.
Exactly. I'm scrolling through Twitter right now. I'll save you the trouble. It is all bad news. This show is about tackling all the news of the week, giving our take on why it's interesting and why we think you should know it.
Who should be sacked? Who should be bought? Who should be sold? Who was right? Who was wrong?
Strong opinion, big stories, no agenda.
Week in the Tackle is available on Mondays from wherever you get your podcasts. If it's a big story in soccer, we'll tackle it.
Got an unquenchable thirst for sport? Get up to speed with the day's biggest sports stories with the TalkSport hit. Crammed full of the latest team news, big match previews, and discussing the day's hottest topics.
Been improving week in, week out.
Plus, get all the latest results and full fan reaction to the biggest events in world sport.
It's a wonderful goal!
Satisfy your thirst for sports news with the TalkSport hit. Subscribe now on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Women's Football Weekly Podcast
with Faye Carruthers. All the action, excitement and drama from across the entire women's game.
Cleared off the line by Steph Horton.
Including the Women's Super League.
Ellen White is there to tap it in.
The UEFA Women's Champions League.
Lana Clellan striking from outside the penalty area.
And the Euro 2021 qualifiers.
On the edge of the area to Emsley, and Emsley's going to finish it off.
Plus, all the home nations' international friendlies.
Lucy Bronze with the strike from the edge of the penalty area.
World-beating big match conversation.
There's Jodie Taylor.
Subscribe now to the Women's Football Weekly Podcast on Acast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to TalkSport's coverage of Arsenal against Chelsea from Emirates Stadium. I'm your host, Phil Blacker. Alongside me is the former Tottenham midfielder, Kevin Watson. This is Premier League Live. And we are almost set for kick-off in North London. It is Derby Day in the capital. Arsenal and Chelsea, the most familiar of opponents, going toe-to-toe once again after contrasting starts to the season. Arsenal beaten in another derby, a less familiar derby against Brentford in the first fixture of the new season 8 days ago. Taking on a Chelsea team who started in style against another capital neighbour, Crystal Palace, last Saturday. Can the Blues build on that and begin another promising season in the Premier League? We are about to find out here. Let me remind you of how they are lining up just ahead of kick-off. Bernd Leno is in goal for Arsenal. Cedric Rob Holding, who comes into the team for Ben White today, he's missing through illness. Pablo Mari and Kieran Tierney make up the back four. Granit Xhaka and Albert Sambi Lokonga, the summer signing from Anderlecht in the holding midfield positions. Nicola Pepe, Emil Smith-Rowe and Bukayo Saka in support of Gabriel Martinelli. Aubameyang is back as far as the bench. New signing Aaron Ramsdale is also amongst the Arsenal substitutes. Chelsea have Edouard Mendy in goal, a back three of Cesar Azpilicueta, Andreas Christensen and Antonio Rudiger. Reece James coming back into the team today on the right. Marcus Alonso is on the left. Jorginho and Mateo Kovacic in the heart of the Chelsea midfield. Mason Mount and Kai Havertz also restored to the starting 11 in support of Romelu Lukaku, who does start for Chelsea on his second debut. It will be his first appearance for the club since August of 2013 in the UEFA Super Cup defeat against Bayern when he missed in a penalty shootout. It's a very different story on his return to the Chelsea team today. Everybody taking a knee ahead of kick-off, underlining the message there is no room for racism in this game or in this league. A message wholeheartedly supported by the league itself this season, and we are underway. Paul Tierney, the referee, blows the whistle. Arsenal in the traditional red and white from left to right as we look at it in this first period. Chelsea, of course, all in the blue, starting as the favourites, but Arsenal did do the double over them in the Premier League last season, and they are looking to kickstart their campaign after opening night disappointment. It is set up beautifully in the North London late afternoon sunshine here. Arsenal in possession early, and the supporters will have a part to play, Kevin Watson, today, won't they? They've waited a long time for occasions such as this.
Oh, absolutely. Fantastic atmosphere, isn't it? So good to see crowds back. And that can only help Arsenal. They'll get an initial burst and energy from the crowd that's behind them, but they have to give them something to cheer and to shout about, and that will be a fast start and being on the front foot.
Yeah, that is why the start to this contest I think is particularly important, certainly for Arsenal, the home side, who are in possession on the halfway line. Granit Xhaka hoisting it forward in towards Saka with his back to goal, chests it down. It was there to be struck by Smith-Rowe from the edge of the penalty area. He did so left-footed, comfortable enough save down to his left for Edouard Mendy, but something of a statement from the start from Arsenal.
Yeah, fast start, isn't it? Saka making a good run, just nods it down. Great ball from Xhaka. Smith-Rowe catches it up. Decent left foot strike, but never going to beat Mendy from there.
Two young English players linking up. Saka's starting today, having begun the season on the bench after his exploits with England over the course of the summer. They have Martin Odegaard to add into the equation as well, after confirmation earlier this week that last season's loan has now been made permanent, but he's not eligible for his second debut today. Watching on instead, hoping to get involved a little later in the season. It should be next weekend at the latest, where he's cleared to play again in the Premier League. Here is Smith-Rowe on the halfway line. Kieran Tierney taking over. Back to Bukayo Saka again. Smith-Rowe stretching but dispossessed in that midfield, and Chelsea have it inside the centre circle with Kai Havertz. Wide to his left, Marcus Alonso, the furthest forward here as he takes on the backpedaling Cedric up towards the edge of the penalty area, trying to tee up the shot for Reece James, which was blocked almost as soon as it left his right boot. It was blocked at some cost though by Granit Xhaka, who has gone down and stayed down just inside his own area. He was on the receiving end.
Yeah, he was. It's good defending from Xhaka. Good play from Chelsea, breaking through the middle of the pitch there. They're almost playing a box in their field. Interesting the way they're playing it. You've got Jorginho and Kovacic as the two deepest sitters, and then almost in a two in front of them you've got Havertz and Mount behind Lukaku, which allows Alonso and Reece James down the right hand side the freedom of the pitch, because they're trying to outnumber Arsenal in the middle of the pitch. But it's been a decent start to this game.
Another little tactical tweak from Thomas Tuchel. I think the only surprise is when there isn't one, because he has developed that reputation as a tactician, hasn't he? And a real challenge for Mikel Arteta and his team today as they look to rise to the occasion on TalkSport Live. At TalkSport Live is our Twitter address. We love to hear from you. Let us know where you're listening to us around the world and which way you think this game is going to go. We'll try and get through the best of your messages as the match goes on. You haven't missed any of the action, because Granit Xhaka only now is getting back to his feet after a prolonged period of treatment. It was a significant blow, I think, that he took there, given the power behind the shot. But good to see him back on his feet, and he's helped away. We do have the concussion substitutes available if required. The protocol is in place again. The trial extended for another Premier League season. No suggestion necessarily that it will be required here, but good just to underline the point, and they won't take any chances. A little conversation ongoing with Granit Xhaka on the touchline before he'll be allowed to return, but play is back underway with Chelsea back on the ball, just inside their own half of the field, in towards the feet of Jorginho. Wide to his right on the touchline is Reece James, back to Jorginho again. Chelsea's top scorer in the Premier League last season with 7 goals. All of those were penalties. It underlines maybe the reason why they brought Lukaku back to the club. Back on the ball here, Jorginho. Now Kovacic alongside him. N'Golo Kanté working his way back to fitness. He wasn't risked on opening weekend. He's back as far as the bench, having returned to play a full part in training this week. Now Antonio Rudiger. Chelsea patient and probing in possession. Kovacic forward for Lukaku, lays it off to his left for Kai Havertz to try and hit one. Again, it's blocked this time by Holding. It spins away and out of play for a Chelsea throw on their left-hand side, almost level with the edge of the penalty area.
Yeah, patience, real good patience from Chelsea, waiting for that little bit of space so they can roll it into Lukaku's feet, play off of him.
Goes Smith Rowe for Arsenal, winning it back after the Chelsea throw and covering decent ground, goes down round about the halfway line. Under pressure from Marcus Alonso, they look towards referee Tierney. Smith Rowe heavily involved for Arsenal when they've had possession through these first 5 minutes of the match. 0-0 at Emirates Stadium. Frantic, frenzied fare from the start, as you would perhaps expect in the circumstances. Arsenal with the free kick just in from the touchline, just inside their own half of the field, taken by Cedric, who's preferred to Callum Chambers at right back today. Chambers started against Brentford last Friday. Hector Bellerin once away, it would appear, at the start of this season. Maitland-Niles back at the club after a loan spell with West Brom, another option on the bench perhaps in that position, though one of the reasons he left was to try and get game time in his preferred role in the heart of midfield. So on the other side with Granit Xhaka at the moment, just being hauled back by Mason Mount. Xhaka, who has begun again as a regular in the Arsenal midfield, despite earlier in the summer looking like he was on his way. Tipped to link up with Jose Mourinho at Roma. And Arsenal had second thoughts about that particular transfer. And Xhaka has started the season, particularly in the injury absence of Thomas Partey, as one of the first names on the team sheet in midfield. Back it goes to Mendy. He's pressurised by Gabriel Martinelli on the edge of his own 6-yard box. Reece James forward down the touchline where Jorginho will now pick it up, and a little back heel towards Mason Mount. Just got his foot to it first, but it's cut out and cleared by Rob Holding. Bounces once before finding touch on that far side. Nobody can really get hold of it in the last couple of minutes.
No, it's frantic stuff. Nearly 7 minutes on the clock. No one's really settled down yet, but what I can tell you, and I think it's glaringly obvious, is that with crowds in now, these games and the tempo are just at least 10% quicker, aren't they?
It's a world away that time from last season, isn't it? Here comes Chelsea with Reece James delivering the cross from the right hand side, almost one wing back to the other, because Marcus Alonso was arriving in the penalty area trying to meet it. It was cleared away by Arsenal before he could do so, but James and Chelsea have it back now, just teasing it infield for Kovacic. Started and was sent off in that aforementioned FA Cup final against Arsenal at the end of Mikel Arteta's first full season in charge. Now Antonio Rudiger for Chelsea, still just inside the Arsenal half of the field. Alonso certainly impressed against Crystal Palace on opening weekend. Jorginho forward, continuing to keep out. Alonso is Ben Chilwell today. Chilwell only amongst the bench. Goal scorer, of course, he was their first scorer, Marcus Alonso, of the Premier League season against Crystal Palace last Saturday. Lukaku was the target for the longer ball forward. Haven't yet really got the service into him as he looks to get used to his new teammates. Still looking for a first Chelsea goal. He played just 15 times during his first spell at Stamford Bridge without troubling the scorers. Returns with a rather different status and different expectations, shall we say.
Yeah, I think that'll probably change this time now.
After the best part of £100 million, they would certainly expect it to. Wonderful season he had in Serie A last year. Arsenal, though, advance with Saka here. It breaks for Kieran Tierney, just on the left of the penalty area, level with the edge of the box. Saka again, Jorginho with him, but Tierney's away from James, side foots the cross into the box where it's cleared from round about the penalty spot by the left boot of Marcus Alonso. A safety first clearance from the Spaniard, out of play on the Arsenal left for the throw, which they take quickly, but actually go all the way back into their own half to maintain possession here, and they'll look to build again through first Rob Holding And now Cedric. Mikel Arteta, first real involvement for him, down the Arsenal right, plays it back into the path of Cedric again. The infield now for Sambi Lokonga, the new signing from Anderlecht this summer. Tierney's the furthest forward on the left, does deliver the cross. It was missed in the middle by both Martinelli and the Chelsea defence, and again covering was Marcus Alonso just to turn it away from danger.
Oh, what a ball that is from Lokonga, right into the path. How do you like it, Tierney? He takes a touch, doesn't hesitate, puts it into the danger zone. Good play all around that, and Alonso takes no chances, but gives Arsenal a corner out on this right hand side.
9.5 minutes in at Emirates Stadium on Premier League Live. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 0. Mikel Arteta standing over the corner kick for Arsenal, left-footed from the right-hand side from the Ivorian. Delivers towards the far post area. It is deeper, but by the time it was returned by Smith Rowe into the gloves of the goalkeeper, the whistle had already gone, I think, anyway, from Paul Tierney. And Chelsea get the free kick. But a pulling by I think it was Sambi Lokonga, wasn't it, on Marcus Alonso?
He knew that Smith Rowe was behind him. He's trying to block Alonso. Smith Rowe goes back into his own half here. The ball bounces once before Tierney can hoist it high, both height and distance on it. Flag up when the ball comes down. And Chelsea get the free kick just inside their own half of the field. They too look to build on a strong end to last season. Notably, of course, lifting the Champions League. The end of Thomas Tuchel's first season, a half season he had really in charge, and what a difference he made when taking over in January from Frank Lampard. They have backed him in the transfer market with the arrival of Lukaku this summer. And here goes Pepe for Arsenal down the right. And home fans in full voice again as he covered decent ground, just held up by Rudiger. Forward it goes from Sambi Lokonga towards Saka, cleared as far as Tierney. But now Saka has it wide on the left-hand side. Martinelli was in the middle. Andreas Christensen was the Chelsea defender just in front of him, able to get there first and clear. But that Chelsea backline is coming under a little more sustained pressure now. Yeah, they've started brightly, Arsenal. It's because they're playing at a tempo, they're playing quickly. They're not letting Chelsea get into a shape. They're playing 2-3 touch. Real good from Pepe, play from Pepe just then as well. Dynamic going between two players, carrying Arsenal on the pitch. And in a minute, it's Arsenal that are dominating the ball.
It's Pepe again, had a really good finish to last season. 7 goals actually in his last 8 starts in all competitions for Arsenal. 5 goals in his last 4. And that one is comfortably gathered up just inside his own penalty area by Edouard Mendy, who kept 16 clean sheets in the Premier League last season. They notably tightened up after Thomas Tuchel's arrival. 20 clean sheets in 32 games in all competitions under the German coach. Here's his compatriot Rudiger, who was one of the beneficiaries really. He was struggling to get a game in the first half of last season under Lampard. It has certainly been a regular. Christensen in possession here on the edge of his own box. Another that has impressed more recently. Chelsea have kept clean sheets in 9 of his last 10 Premier League starts coming into today. The Blues back on the ball. They've had 60% of it through the first dozen minutes, according to the official stats. Kai Havertz goes back in field. Kovacic. Time for Azpilicueta to take a touch, showing his versatility again. He was right wing back last weekend. He's on the right of the back 3 today. And well won back in the midfield by Arsenal. Saka to Martinelli, who was trying to return it to him. Alonso just gets there first in midfield ahead of Pepe, who caught him right under the nose of the referee, who's given Chelsea the free kick. Marcus Alonso covering a lot of ground though in the early stages. He's had a fine start to the season.
Yeah, he has. Pivotal in the way that Chelsea want to play. More suited, I think, than Ben Chilwell as a wing back, which Tuchel's adopting. He loves getting down the left hand side. He weighs in with a fair share of goals as well, Alonso.
25 in his Chelsea career already, including actually 3 against Arsenal down the years. Hasn't scored more against any other opposition than the Gunners. There's Kovacic for Chelsea, 13.5 on the clock at Emirates Stadium. On Premier League Live at TalkSport Live, just to remind you, is our Twitter address. Rashid's got in touch from Nigeria, confident that Chelsea will win this one. And against boys, he says, against this present Arsenal squad, but there hasn't been much in it in the early stages.
No, there hasn't, absolutely not. Fairly even affair, I think.
Chelsea back on the ball with Christensen. Kovacic just inside the centre circle. Rudiger to his left, back to the Croatian. Mateo Kovacic prodding it forward. Lukaku with his back to goal. Pablo Mari in close attendance. Good ball forward by Kovacic, though, for Reece James. Lukaku lurking, gets the touch from right in front of goal. Checks to make sure the flag has stayed down and wheels away in celebration. Lukaku is back in blue, back in the Premier League, and immediately amongst the goals. A quarter of an hour in North London. He loves a goal on debut, Lukaku. He scored in his first appearance for Manchester United, for Inter Milan, for Everton, for West Brom, and now in his second debut for Chelsea.
Yeah, it's the right back that's playing, Reece James on side. Initially, great play from Kovacic in the middle of the pitch, rolls it into Lukaku. It's that one we said about before. He rolls it in, Lukaku pins the centre half, flips it out, James gets it on the right hand side. Lukaku follows his run. It's a wonderful little half volley in from Reece James, and Lukaku, well, he couldn't have wanted an easier chance to open his Chelsea account for the second time. 1-0.
Perfectly positioned to apply the finishing touch, and it is his first Chelsea goal. Didn't manage one in those 15 previous appearances during his first spell at Stamford Bridge, where he was an outsider looking in, really, in terms of the first team squad, but he's got his goal right away here, and Chelsea are up and running at Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 1 at Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 1 on Premier League Live. It's taken 15 minutes.
Start to the game in the central area. Had a really good start to the game. See it in the central area. It's the one we said, dictating proceedings. It's the one we said, up to the Congo midfielder Xhaka. They've got to stop the Congo into Lukaku's feet. To stop that because he's too strong into Lukaku's feet, and he'll do what he wants, and then he'll roll it off, and that's what he did there. And it's a lovely little clip ball out to Reece James, wasn't it? Takes the touch and then side foot, half volley side foot across goal. Keeper Leno tries to come out and get a hand to it, but can't, and Lukaku's 2 yards out to pass it in. Brilliant play.
Beautiful build-up from the Blues. And Lukaku, as I say, put himself in position to add to the 30 goals that he got with Inter last season. He was the top scorer in Serie A with 24. And returns to the Premier League with a goal, and maybe in the mood
he's too strong.
First Chelsea debut was August of 2011. A decade ago, as a substitute in a win against Norwich City. During that first spell, he only ever started one Premier League game for the club. They have huge hopes for him this season, that he could be the figure around whom they mount a title challenge, and indeed, of course, attempt to defend their European title. Blues build-up. Mikel Arteta will demand that his side continue in the same vein as they try and fashion a response here. They didn't get the flying start they were hoping for, but there were some positive impressions prior to that.
Yeah, they were. They can't let the goal affect them. They were doing all right up until that point, but like I said, as soon as you allow Lukaku to pin you, and have done it again here, as soon as you allow that, you're in big trouble. Big trouble.
There's Mason Mount, Lukaku and Havertz having combined. James again heavily involved down the right-hand side. First attempt at a cross is blocked by Kieran Tierney. Spins away, doesn't go out of play though. James has kept it in. First close to the byline, then tight to the touchline, and now gets it back again from Azpilicueta. Squaring up to Saka, combining with Mason Mount. James does deliver the cross, right-footed, and it's clutched from almost underneath his crossbar by Bernd Leno's. Chelsea try and build on the advantage given to them just a few minutes ago, but James having forayed forward, has left space in behind him now. Prefers Saka and then Smith Rowe to try and combine. Saka's continued his run. It is tracked by Jorginho, attempts to get a foot in, but Smith Rowe is able to come away with it for Arsenal. They still have it here. Granit Xhaka, but no way to advance. Goes back towards Tierney. Xhaka again, and it's the first murmurings of discontent maybe from the Arsenal supporters after that move went backwards, all the way actually now inside their own half to keep hold of it with Pablo Mari. And then he attempted to push it forward, but it sails over the touchline and now gets a dribble away out of play down by the corner flag for ultimately the Chelsea goal kick.
They've got to be patient, Arsenal. They can't go away from what they were doing in the early stages of the game. It was a very even contest up until that wonderful Chelsea build-up and goal. They've not got to go away. They've got to stick with it. Stick what they're doing. Really, really can't let their heads go down because they've conceded from a wonderful bit of Chelsea play. Perhaps Tierney came in too narrow, which allowed James to get down the outside. But he couldn't have wished for a better start, could he, Lukaku?
A tap in to help himself, get himself started up and running, back in the Chelsea shirt. And the Blues up and running as a result at Emirates Stadium today. It's a remarkable record that he's got on debut. He does tend to make an immediate impression wherever he goes, doesn't he?
Yeah. Down the side again. Look at, he's just manhandling those centre halves. He really is. And they're going to need help. They need one of those two midfield sitters at all times, Lokonga or Xhaka, protecting the ball into the front, because that's where all Chelsea's attacking play will come from.
Alonso here with the corner kick in towards Lukaku, punch clear by Bernd Leno as far as Jorginho just outside the area. Mason Mount with a touch back towards Alonso again, another chance to deliver with that left boot from the right hand side, where it's touched down by Reece James into the path of Kovacic, returns it to James again, slight deflection on the cross, loops up in the air, Lukaku is underneath it. When it does come down and gets his header to it, generates power as well, which was difficult in that sort of situation, but it just clears the crossbar.
I think we've got a big 5-10 minutes here for Arsenal, Phil, because all of a sudden they really are on the back foot, and if they concede again, that could be a real issue. They've got to take stock, be solid. Look at this, they're trying to play out and Chelsea are penning them in. I'm not sure about that either when you've just conceded.
Yeah, you're
just
right.
Be solid, just be solid.
Crucial stage of the game, isn't it? 20 minutes in, but here come Arsenal on the counter. It's a good ball for Bukayo Saka. Takes it in his stride, advances into the penalty area. Oh, but his touch with a little heavy. He showed a fraction too much of it to Cesar Azpilicueta, who was able to get the challenge in. It hasn't yet gone out of play on the far side, though. Back from Granit Xhaka. And the attempted cross cut out this time by Reece James, and Mason Mount will clear up towards Lukaku, just inside his own half. As Arsenal attempt to respond, and it came from Pepe's ball, got away from Jorginho and played in. Saka turning defence into attack in an instant.
Look how brilliant this defending is from Azpilicueta, though. He knows how quick Saka is. He knows he wants to get on his left foot. He delays him, and then all of a sudden there's a loose touch from Saka, and Azpilicueta dives in and makes a great tackle. It's been a fantastic servant to Chelsea.
Playing for the Blues for the 432nd time today.
Amazing.
Astonishing record of consistency, and nobody has actually made more starts for them under Thomas Tuchel than Azpilicueta.
Wasn't there a time where he was left out for quite a while, and everyone thought that might be it?
Yeah, there was, and it was he kind of fought his way back under Lampard just before the end of his reign, but Tuchel immediately reinstated him really as one of the first names on the team sheet, be it at wing back or where he's playing today on the right of the three.
Captain in the team as well.
Yeah,
brilliant footballer.
Was on duty with Spain during the European Championship in the summer as well. He's the goal scorer in that competition. Ahead of him is James. Here comes Chelsea again. It's dangerous. It's Mason Mount just inside the penalty area. Maybe a little off balance, leaning backwards as he struck it right-footed, and that ensured it was blocked away and goes only for the corner kick. But Arsenal were stretched again.
Again, Havertz dropping in. Wonderful left foot diagonal ball, 45 yards across the pitch. Reece James into the box, unselfishly rolls it, but it's behind Mount. And look at Lukaku. It could have been a little repeat of the first goal. He's only got to roll it across, and that's another tap in for Lukaku into the box. But no, chose Mount slightly behind him, and they get a corner.
Lukaku was lurking again, wasn't he? The corner is touched short this time. Jorginho to Christensen this time. Back to Jorginho. A wonderful year that he has had with Chelsea and with Italy. Kovacic clips it into the penalty area. Alonso was his target. Christensen flicked out the left boot, couldn't quite reach it, and it will drop behind for the Arsenal goal kick, and a little bit of much needed respite for the Gunners. We're just past the midway point of the first half. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 1 on Premier League Live.
Yeah, they need to stay in this, Arsenal. Arteta's saying, look, calm down. They do need to calm down. Apart from that break a minute ago with Saka, they've been on the back foot for the last 10 minutes, I'd say now.
Does have a rather pained expression on his face at the moment. Mikel Arteta on the touchline. after what had been a promising start for Arsenal. The Blues looking to build on that opening goal scored by Lukaku. Alonso's header down the line, Holding's attempted clearance. Cannons out of play for the throw. Arteta on the edge of his technical area, acting as ball boy, and returning it for Chelsea. Marcus Alonso will take this throw. Referred to he and Reece James as wing backs, but they're almost wingers really, aren't they, in this system? How forward they've remained for the majority of the first 25 minutes. No joy for Marcus Alonso on that occasion, though. It's an Arsenal throw this time, which Cedric waits to take. Bit part player recently, it's his first Premier League start since March. He's looking for options here, not too many available in the immediate vicinity in red and white for the Portuguese international. So goes short in the end into the feet of Pepe, who's always struggling to control it. He was under pressure from Kovacic. Pepe throws up his arms in frustration, and it sums up the story for Arsenal just at the moment.
Yeah, it does. Chelsea are bossing this game now. I think they're dictating it from the middle of the pitch. Jorginho, Kovacic.
Rudiger goes back here to Christensen. He will return it all the way back to his own goalkeeper. It's a little awkward for Edouard Mendy under pressure from Martinelli. He was just able to dig that out from under his feet, and Chelsea keep possession and clear it away. One attempt on target apiece so far in the official stats, but 5 at goal to 1 in Chelsea's favour. They have the throw here again just in front of Arteta, which Marcus Alonso will take. Kovacic was calling for it. That option quickly closed off by Pepe, but Kovacic is on the move. Havertz offering himself as an option as well, and Kai Havertz has it here. I've been disappointed not to start maybe on opening day. It just highlights further the strength and depth of this Chelsea squad this season, with the Champions League commitments to come. That will be required. Arsenal, of course, don't have European football, the first time since 1995-96 that they are without continental commitments of their own, after those successive 8th place finishes in the Premier League. In a way, Kevin, it could be an opportunity for them to rebuild and really focus on the Premier League without that fixture congestion. But it does just underline how far their standards have slipped in recent seasons.
Yeah, it does. It does. I think they're a way off it at the minute. Like I say, they've got obviously Chelsea, they're already 1-0 down. They've got Manchester City away. There's that pin again.
There's Lukaku. It's played to him by Mason Mount. He was trying to spin away from the Arsenal defence. Pablo Murray did just about enough to block it, but is bellowing out, I think, instructions and complaints in equal measure to his teammates at the back, because he was left isolated up against Lukaku.
Again.
James with a cross which is cleared away.
He's continuously pinning the Arsenal back two, and Mari just then was saying to Lokonga, I think it was, get in, you've got to protect, you've got 2 jobs to do. You'd rather it goes into your midfielder and then you can deal with it, as opposed to this again.
Once more it's Lukaku picking it up, laying it off for Kai Havertz. He goes crossfield left to right towards Reece James, just a fraction too much on it. It clears James over on the far side and goes out of play, but that's a ball in towards Lukaku, holding it up with his back to goal is becoming a familiar theme throughout this first half.
And I think Tierney's getting too narrow as well, because James, as the wing back for Chelsea, has got in on 3 or 4 occasions now, and I think because of the threat of Lukaku, the centre halves are calling in Tierney to be a little bit narrow or narrower, and he's going too narrow.
Big problems for the Gunners right now. Here's Holding just in front of his own penalty area, and he will launch it long, asking Pepe to chase it. Rudiger had just about enough of a head start. He went quickly through the gears to ensure that he got there first ahead of Pepe, and touches it out of play for the Arsenal throw. The Gunners are relying on situations such as that to try and spark something of their own. Certainly have the pace in the side to profit. Cedric will take this throw. It's level with the edge of the Chelsea penalty area on the Arsenal right. Knocked out here by Lokonga to deliver. The cross wasn't a bad one in towards Martinelli. It's cleared as far as Granit Xhaka. Saka trying to bring it down. Xhaka didn't have the room. Jorginho was with him, back with Sambi Lokonga. He attempted to strike it right-footed from just outside the penalty area. There were a lot of Chelsea players in the way, which made that more difficult. The attacking intent, at least acknowledged by the home fans, a little bit brighter from the Gunners.
Yeah, 4 or 5 players in and around the ball, in and around the Chelsea box, falling to Lokonga. decent strike, but he got closed down and sailed over the Chelsea bar, but better from Arsenal there.
They'll try and put the pressure on high here on the edge of the Chelsea penalty area where Jorginho was in possession. And he is so comfortable in possession regardless of whether he has any space or not. Here's Lukaku now inside the centre circle. Havertz taking over. Got Marcus Alonso wide left and picks him out. Havertz has continued his run. So has Lukaku down the middle. Marcus Alonso too. Romelu Lukaku takes a touch. Left-footed shot is blocked by Holding. Out as far as Jorginho, who got his head to it but couldn't really control it. And Sambi Lokonga to Bukayo Saka. Those two look to combine, but there's no way through the Chelsea midfield. Jorginho got his foot in. Kai Havertz. Chelsea have it back midway inside the Arsenal half. Havertz again to Kovacic now. Arsenal have got players back behind the ball again. Christensen. Everybody inside the Arsenal half bar. Edouard Mendy at the moment though. Chelsea just slow it down. Kovacic to Azpilicueta. And now Andreas Christensen. Marcus Alonso wide on the left hand side. Cedric for company. Alonso is content to go back into his own half. And Rudiger. And Chelsea can afford to be patient in situations such as this. Make Arsenal do the work without the ball. Deep to pick up possession is Kai Havertz here. Reece James, and they'll go all the way back actually to Mendy. His most awkward moments so far have been with the ball's played back to his feet. Again, he was just about able to deal with that one. Hasn't really had a save to make as yet. Cannons away from Pepe. It was loose in the midfield. Kovacic picks up the pieces, and now Havertz strides forward for Chelsea. Well weighted ball into the path of Reece James. Oh, and it's just behind Lukaku and in front of Marcus Alonso, who was trying to get there as well. It dissected the two of them in blue. But Mason Mount has kept it in on the near side. The Chelsea left. Mounts with the right-footed shot scuffed somewhat through the legs really of Cedric and comfortably gathered up by Bernd Leno, not extended on his near post.
Well, Arsenal have really got to do something about Chelsea's right hand side and their left hand side, because it's one way traffic at the minute down there. Tierney, all he's doing is running backwards, chasing Reece James.
It's the major threat, isn't it? Arsenal look to respond in kind and attack down their left, but Christensen gets enough on it for Mendy. Just over half an hour play, 31 on the clock at Emirates Stadium on Premier League Live. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 1. Romelu Lukaku with the goal on his second Chelsea debut, 15 minutes in. If you are just joining us, that strike separating the sides as it stands.
They are looking a really accomplished outfit, Chelsea, at the moment. I do have to say that. They're so well organised, their movement's great. They play 2-3 touch. They choose the right options, they're expansive. They always seem to find a way out. Look at Lokonga now, he's trying to sit and protect, so that ball can't get into Lukaku's feet.
Showcasing their qualities in possession again at the moment here. Chelsea. Havertz back to Christensen. Arsenal just can't get hold of it, albeit they are continuing to apply the pressure high. Chelsea currently midway inside their own half of the field. Jorginho to Lukaku. That's the outball maybe that they didn't have last season. Holding to Cedric for Arsenal. I think we're going to have a title race on our hands this year, aren't we? Liverpool starting with 2 wins from 2. Manchester City very impressive against Norwich yesterday. And now Chelsea, who cruised past Crystal Palace. They weren't really tested in their first London derby of the season, and no one picked up more points in London derbies than Chelsea last year. They've started this one in a similar fashion, but this is more promising for Arsenal. Smith Rowe taking the ball from Cedric. Important touch from Alonso. Just deflected it away from Nicola Pepe, but he is able to retrieve it. Gets hold of it ahead of Jorginho. Granit Xhaka working it wide to that left-hand side. Tierney joining in with the attack, so too is Saka, who has it here. He's been closely marshalled though by Azpilicueta. Bukayo Saka infield towards Sambi Lokonga. Saka had continued his run, but the attempted through ball cut out by Christensen. Xhaka wins it in the air against Mason Mount, but Reece James clears. Lukaku, did he just get to it? He did, ahead of Pablo Mari. He goes down, and the free kick is Chelsea's, and the yellow card is out for the first time today for that challenge by Pablo Mari. First name taken by Paul Tierney.
Well, that's just pure frustration from Pablo Mari. He's fed up with being pinned, the ball going into Lukaku. Had enough. That's reckless. And now he has got to live for the next 12 minutes and the following 45 on a yellow card. And up against Chelsea's main threat, I'm not sure that bodes well.
It was the toughest of tests already, as it was proving. It's just got even harder, I think, as a result of that. Here's Marcus Alonso for Chelsea. And towards Havertz, who did really well to keep that alive, keep it in play. Finds Marcus Alonso, he's looking for Lukaku. Xhaka with the attempted challenge. The referee's played the advantage here. It's worked into the path of Reece James, who scores for Chelsea. Thumping finish, right-footed across the keeper and in. And the Blues have doubled their lead. They had been threatening it. Reece James with a goal. Good advantage from the referee in there. And Chelsea capitalise. They're 2 up at Arsenal in the first half.
Well, now it really, really is an uphill struggle. Again, it's fantastic play from Chelsea down this left-hand side. Brilliant, that is. Alonso and Havertz down here. Alonso to Havertz, back heel. Alonso gets back in, and all of a sudden they're in business. Brilliant from Lukaku, a little dummy. Finds Mount. In turn, he finds Reece James on the right-hand side. Again, an overload. Tierney comes in too narrow. Shouldn't be getting involved in that at all. His 2 centre-halves are dealing with it. Where are you going? And James, for the umpteenth time, in acres and acres of space on that right-hand side. But what an unerring finish. Right in the top corner. Chelsea lead 2-0.
Took it wonderfully well, Reece James. Only his second ever Premier League goal. It's his 4th in all competitions in Chelsea colours. And it has the Blues on top in North London on Derby Day, with 10 minutes of the first half still to play. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2 on Premier League Live. And Chelsea will argue that it had been coming. They weren't necessarily creating clear-cut opportunities, but they were dominating the game. And it's reflected further now in the scoreline. And what a test for Arsenal, already beaten by Brentford at the start of the season. Newly promoted Brentford, they knew it was in all likelihood going to be even tougher today, and they're having to come back from 2 behind at home against a Chelsea side who are starting the season in fabulous fashion and really making a statement over their intentions for the campaign ahead.
I'm not sure I could be any more impressed by them.
Been brilliant, haven't they?
Absolutely outstanding half of football.
Such control for Chelsea, who have it back inside their own half. And Arsenal right now are chasing shadows. Here's Rudiger. Chelsea playing it entirely at their own pace. Kovacic just inside his own half again will go square this time for Azpilicueta. I mean, where do Arsenal go from here today? They need to find a foothold, and soon.
It's difficult to say. It really is difficult to say. Chelsea have been so good. Arsenal need to find something from somewhere. Before half-time would be a bonus, but all I can see at the minute is Chelsea getting another one.
Arsenal have lost 5 of their last 10 opening home games of a Premier League season here, fearing an extension of that unfortunate statistic which for a club of their stature really is not good enough. They've begun many a season on the back foot in recent years.
But Chelsea as well, Phil, for all their technical ability, they look incredibly fit. Incredibly fit. Because when Saka or Pepe have forced Alonso and James back, that means Kovacic, Jorginho, they have to get out. They have to get out and cover the fullbacks when they push on. But they're doing it. They're doing it as well. They're not just sitting in the middle of the pitch. Kovacic and Jorginho are covering so much ground.
He made the point, didn't he, actually, Thomas Tuchel, before this game regarding that particular position. He was talking primarily about Jorginho, who's in the running for UEFA's Player of the Year, but mentioned Kovacic as well. They enable maybe some of the bigger names to hug their headlines with the performances that they put in providing the platform. But here come Arsenal with Smith Rowe. Tierney well advanced with a cross from the left, blocked away. Saka challenging for it. Smith Rowe trying to react, flinging out a foot on the edge of the 6-yard box. Didn't really make contact with that, but still required Mendy to scurry across his line and eventually gather it up away to his left-hand side. That was almost the response that Arsenal were hoping for, but it was James who got the initial block to the cross from Tierney, which just saw it loop up into the penalty area and remove a little bit of menace from the situation.
Yeah. Bit of a scramble, nothing more than that. This Havertz is finding so much space all over the pitch.
Here he goes again, coolly into his stride, and then slips it into the path of Mason Mount. taking on Pablo Mari inside the penalty area. Mount checking in field on, clipping it back up towards Havertz, who continued his run. He got the merest of touches to it, just brushed his forehead really as it goes across the face of goal and wide. And if anything, maybe that touch just took it away from Lukaku, who was calling for it beyond him as well.
It did. He's tying him in knots, Mount there. Yeah, not sure he should be trying to head that Havertz. He knows that he ain't going to be able to get above it to head it on target. Just let it go.
The reaction of Lukaku as well, who once more was perfectly positioned but didn't get the chance to profit on that occasion. As we head towards the final 5 of the first half, Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2 on Premier League Live. Finished Southampton 1, Manchester United 1 and Wolves 0, Tottenham 1 earlier in the day. Here is Cedric, infield to Nicola Pepe. Little slip from Havertz, or a bit more space open up briefly for Pepe. Granit Xhaka to Kieran Tierney, back for Pepe again, collects it with his back to goal and finds Bukayo Saka to his left. Pepe once more, Saka is on the move, and did he just get to it ahead of James? There's a big penalty appeal from Arsenal. They turn as one towards referee Paul Tierney on a decent enough view, I think, and says no.
Interesting. Good to have another little look at that. Let's have a look. No, I think they've tangled legs. Be interesting. Let's have a little look from this angle. No, I think Saka's tangled in Reece James's legs, isn't he?
There wasn't much in it, was there?
No. And brilliant position from the referee, yeah. I thought.
Yeah, he couldn't have had a much better view. It is currently just being checked by Chris Kavanagh, who is the video assistant referee, but wouldn't expect to see this one overturned. Slight tweak to the interpretation this season as well. It's not just about whether there's contact, it is whether that contact was made the most of. And on that occasion, yes, I think Saka was touched, but he was probably just as much at fault. And it will be a corner kick and no more for Arsenal. They have brought both centre-backs forward for it. Pablo Mari and Rob Holding are in there. Pilaqueta's gone down actually almost on his own goal line here, which is why the referee's just held up proceedings and will prevent the kick from being taken yet. Just a little word with the Chelsea captain, who's trying to block off Granit Xhaka at the moment. Bit of pushing and shoving going on between those two, just behind the goalkeeper Edouard Mendy as they wait for this delivery. It will be taken by Pepe. It's Havertz, the first line really of Chelsea's defence, on the near post, who heads it down. And then scramble clear as far as Kieran Tierney, almost on halfway. Arsenal will look to come again with Bukayo Saka. Back from Pepe to Saka. They have to go back into their own half once more. All the way back, in fact, to Bernd Leno. He will have competition for his place now after the signing of Aaron Ramsdale, which will potentially cost Arsenal up to £30 million. There's Martinelli, hasn't really been involved in this first half yet. Just for a split second he had a little bit of space, but his touch took him back into traffic and Rudiger was able to get across and clear.
Good covering, and a left-sided centre-back. They try and step up, but it's Azpilicueta stays in there. Don't know where Christensen's going. Coming out of his hole, gives Rudiger a problem, but he gets across and catches Martinelli, but Christensen got sucked out there and left the other two playing Martinelli onside.
Slightly helped out by Rudiger and denying Gabriel Martinelli. He's making his 50th appearance for Arsenal today. And in the absence of Lacazette, and with Aubameyang only fit enough for the bench after returning from illness, he's the one leading the line. Tierney helping it on towards Smith Rowe, but Azpilicueta was there first, couldn't quite keep it in on the stretch, I don't think. Chelsea have cleared it away now, but yeah, the whistle has gone and it did just go out. As Arsenal look to try and finish this first half strongly. It's a big if, but if they could get something back here, it might make all the difference to the second half.
Yeah, big couple of minutes, Arsenal get one, they're in business.
There's Tierney advancing towards the byline. Reece James with the challenge, and it does see the ball go out of play for the corner kick. James, whose goal up the other end, has given Chelsea breathing space in this first half. But further pressure will be applied to the Blues defence from the set piece. The rain coming down pretty heavily right now, all of a sudden.
Wow.
Everybody on the touchline and indeed in the stands are reaching for their coats as the corner kick comes in. Little touch all the way through for Cedric to try and return it on the right booty. hoists it in high, a chance in there for Holding on the edge of the 6-yard box as he tried to react, couldn't really get a definitive touch to it, and then chases over to the near side to put the pressure on Marcus Alonso, who despite that pressure is able to complete the clearance and finds touch. A little bit of afters as well. Alonso has stayed down, and now Rudiger has got plenty to say to Rob Holding. They go chest to chest, and there's a yellow card for the Arsenal centre-back. Not sure the referee's finished yet either. He wants a word with somebody else as well. It's a teasing ball back in by Cedric. Holding went for the spectacular. Just behind him, wasn't it, when he tried to make contact?
Oh, that's a naughty tackle though, isn't it? Yeah.
Went flying. We've just seen the replay, haven't we, on our monitor? He went flying in on Marcus Alonso after the ball had gone.
Yeah, rightfully a booking.
Both Arsenal centre-backs are in the book before the break. Good to see Marcus Alonso now back on his feet, limping a little gingerly, but okay to continue. We will find out very shortly from David Coote, the fourth official, how much time will be added on at the end of this first half. Mendy to take the free kick from just outside of his penalty area. Plenty of purchase on it, right-footed. So we go into 2 additional minutes. Holding wins the ball ahead of Lukaku. This is Kieran Tierney. Space for Saka. It's a good ball from Tierney, perfectly into his path. Martinelli's in the middle. James and Azpilicueta try and double up though on Saka, but he has support here from Granit Xhaka. His attempted ball in is blocked by Jorginho. It took a touch off the Chelsea midfield man. It's another Arsenal corner, and they'll try and keep the pressure on here at the end of the half.
Yeah, good finish from Arsenal. That's where the space is going to be if they can utilise it. Where those wing backs have vacated down the side of Azpilicueta and Rudiger. Good run there. And force another corner.
Certainly ending the half dominant in terms of possession, Arsenal. 87% of the ball in the last 5 minutes of the match. Can they make the corner count? It wasn't convincing from Pepe. It was in towards Martinelli on the near post, but Chelsea had plenty surrounding him. Pepe will keep it in on that far touchline, the Arsenal left. Or will he? The referee has actually blown the whistle here, and there's a flag up.
Offside.
Yeah, Chelsea will get the chance to clear.
They've had a go the last 5 minutes, as the possession stats say, but they've not been convincing for me. They started the game well, they were positive, they were on the front foot. Chelsea began to dominate, got their goal, then got another goal. Alright, they've had a bit of possession these last 5 minutes of the game, as the stats show, but not really created an awful lot Arsenal in this first half.
Which is just seconds really now from its conclusion, as Mendy again clears long. Azpilicueta, it's an up and under from him as well when it comes down. Pablo Mari didn't really connect with a bouncing ball up against Mason Mount, who will now challenge Saka. Those two were England colleagues, of course, over the summer. We're going for the Arsenal throw, but we played the 2 added minutes at the end of the first 45. The reception from a full house at Emirates Stadium will tell the story, because it's Chelsea in charge at the break. Little surprise maybe that it was Lukaku who had the opening say in the scoring. A wonderful Chelsea move from which he applied the finishing touch from right in front of goal just a quarter of an hour into his second Chelsea debut. A second Chelsea goal from Reece James arrived 10 minutes before half time, and it is the visitors very much in the ascendancy. Arsenal with it all to do at the Emirates at half time. It is Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2. You are listening to Premier League Live.
Got an unquenchable thirst for sport? Get up to speed with the day's biggest sports stories with the Talk Sport Hit. Crammed full of the latest team news, big match previews, and discussing the day's hottest topics.
An improvement week in, week out.
Plus, get all the latest results and full fan reaction to the biggest events in world sport.
It's a wonderful goal!
Satisfy your thirst for sports news with the Talk Sport Hit. Subscribe now on Acast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Talk Sport. 20 years old and still not able to make a cup of tea.
That's a great starting point, I think. Excuse me.
With bitter experience comes great responsibility.
Let's go to Cumbria and Fraser. Fraser, good morning. Hello. Fraser, get out of that league.
The nation's first and best commercial sports radio station.
Live, lubricated and legendary.
20 years of Talk Sport.
Previously on White and Jordan.
This is rewarding mediocrity. No, it's not. It's the exact opposite.
Two towering giants of sports media.
He's got COVID-19. He's got Newcastle wanting to sue him. He's got broadcasters pulling money out of deals left, right and centre. You wouldn't want to fly with this guy, would you?
Jim White and Simon Jordan.
Double trouble, daily drama and searing debate.
Continues weekday mornings from 10 on Talk Sport.
20 years of Talk Sport.
Gentlemen, good evening.
There's no such thing as an overnight success.
Accrington Stanley 4, titanium plasmatronic death droids from the future, 0.
Excess.
I wasn't getting up, I was just getting in.
Excitement.
Excuse me,
and extremely strong opinions.
I spend my life covering the big games at the big level.
On DAB, medium wave, and on your smart speaker. 20 years of Talk Sport.
Previously on White and Jordan.
If you haven't bought, owned, managed, sold a player, managed a football club, sat in a boardroom, sat in a dressing room, what exactly do you know?
100% engagement.
The Football League is a league which is a busted flush. You're obsessed with that subject, you do know that.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. High Octane Radio continues weekday mornings from 10 on Talk Sport.
The Women's Football Weekly Podcast.
With Faye Carruthers. All the action, excitement and drama from across the entire women's game.
Cleared off the line by Steph Horton.
Including the Women's Super League.
Ellen White is there to tap it in.
The UEFA Women's Champions League.
Lana Clellan striking from outside the penalty area.
And the Euro 2021 qualifiers.
On the edge of the area to Emsley. And Emsley's going to finish it off.
Plus, all the home nations' international friendlies.
Lucy Bronze with the strike from the edge of the penalty area.
World-beating big match conversation.
There's Jodie Taylor.
Subscribe now to the Women's Football Weekly Podcast on Acast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. We are at half-time at Emirates Stadium, where Arsenal trail against Chelsea at the break. This is the story so far in North London. Mateo Kovacic prodding it forward. Lukaku with his back to goal, and Pablo Mari in close attendance. Good ball forward by Kovacic, slow for Reece James. Lukaku lurking, gets the touch from right in front of goal. Checks to make sure the flag has stayed down and wheels away in celebration. Lukaku is back in blue, back in the Premier League, and immediately amongst the goals, a quarter of an hour in North London.
It's a wonderful little half volley in from Reece James, and Lukaku, well, he couldn't have wanted an easier chance to open his Chelsea account for the second time. 1-0.
Marcus Alonso for Chelsea. And towards Havertz, who did really well to keep that alive, keep it in play. Finds Marcus Alonso, who's looking for Lukaku. Xhaka with the attempted challenge. The referee's played the advantage here. It's worked into the path of Reece James, who scores for Chelsea. Thumping finish, right-footed across the keeper and in. And the Blues have doubled their lead. They had been threatening it. Reece James with a goal.
And James for the umpteenth time in acres and acres of space on that right-hand side. But what an unerring finish, right in the top corner. Chelsea lead 2-0.
And that is the way it stayed to half-time. Chelsea 2-0 in front, Kevin Watson, and too good really so far for Arsenal.
Yeah, far too good, far too sharp, far too fit. I mean, Arsenal have had a go. I think it was a little bit harsh that they got booed off because, in my opinion, they've come up against an absolutely outstanding Chelsea team. As good a Chelsea team as I've seen in many years on the basis of that first half. And we were just saying off air, wasn't we? I think Arsenal are caught between the devil and a deep blue sea now because they've got to be careful. They're going to have to try and get back into the game. They're going to have to try and get numbers forward in hope of doing that. But I think what they could do is leave themselves a little bit bare at the other end of the pitch, and it could get a bit nasty if Chelsea get the next goal.
Yes, an unenviable situation that they find themselves in, really, isn't it? And this is where the crowd will play a part as well, which wouldn't have been the case, of course, last season, because if Chelsea do get another goal, if Arsenal don't really go for it and look to get back into the game, then it could turn fairly ugly from the stands, and that's going to play a part as well, surely.
Yeah, it does. Been there, done it, got the t-shirt. in terms of played in teams where you're on the front foot and your crowd are behind you, and it's almost worth another goal. But then also in teams where if you concede and you concede again, they turn on you and it becomes extremely difficult. So the next goal in this game, if there is to be one, it's really pivotal. If Arsenal get it, the place will erupt and they'll be on Chelsea and they'll be pushing to get an equaliser. If Chelsea get it and you start getting the discontent in the stands, that will rub off on the players and it could get nasty.
And you mentioned it's kind of started to turn already, hasn't it, with the boos at half time? That might be a sign of things to come in the second half.
Yeah, I'd hope not. I mean, we heard the boos when they came off at half time. I don't think that's necessarily on the basis or just on the back of that first half performance. I think it's what's been going on before, and it's almost like, well, this is the next game where we get a chance to vent our frustrations, but that's not going to help the players. It's not going to help the players. They've got to come out, it's a fresh half, start brightly again and hope to get the next goal.
Even harder for them the fact that both centre-backs now, Rob Holding and Pablo Mari, have found Lukaku so tough to deal with. Of course, they're both on yellow cards going into the second half.
Well, that's the other thing, isn't it? I mean, I can see one of those boys getting sent off. Both tackles were absolutely reckless. Mari on Lukaku and Holding on Alonso. They're just frustrated. They're frustrated that they've both been bullied by one centre-forward. They won't be the first. It happens to, and certainly won't be the last. They need to get a little bit of help from Xhaka and Lukonga in front of him. If they don't, he'll just keep pinning you all afternoon. And he's too strong, you can't get around him. And then once he does that, Chelsea are in business.
He's certainly been enjoying himself on his second Chelsea debut. Lukaku, he's got his goal, as you mentioned. He's played such an integral part in the build-up as well, with his back to goal, bringing others into play. I mean, is this what happens when the champions of Europe add one of the best strikers in Europe to their squad?
Absolutely, but I mean, they've been brilliant in midfield, Jorginho and especially Kovacic. He's going side to side, getting it, linking it, playing backwards, and then all of a sudden on 2 or 3 occasions, where's Lukaku? And he's rolled it in. There's no protection for the 2 centre-halves, and once it goes into Lukaku, like I say, he's so strong, you can't come around the front of him and get it because he'll roll you. You've got to just stand up and let him do what he got to do and just defend properly. But they need help. You need help from your 2 central midfielders. And being in that central defensive midfield role is tough because you've got 2 jobs to do. You've got to mark your man and be in and around your man, and you've also got to protect your 2 centre-halves by being in front of the centre-forward. They've not done that, and it's cost them.
It will mean a lot, though, to Lukaku, won't it, to return with a goal. Probably fair to say that he came in for a bit of criticism, maybe unfair at times during his Manchester United career, but I think we've seen already the difference that a couple of years in Italy have made. I saw a lot of him for Inter last year when the top scorer in Serie A. His game really has gone up another gear or 2, hasn't it?
It has, and in my opinion, he used to be a little bit loose in his hold-up play. It used to go into him, and more often, I say more often than not, for a top level player, it used to bounce off him quite a bit, and things used to break down. That weren't really a strength of his game. But all of a sudden, the ball goes in, it sticks, he rolls centre-halves and he's away from them. He is now becoming the real deal, and this is what I believe will push Chelsea to really threaten Manchester City and Liverpool all the way to the Premier League title this year.
The early signs are certainly encouraging for them in that respect, and for Lukaku today. He opened the scoring. Reece James it was that doubled the lead. Chelsea in charge at half-time, leading Arsenal by those 2-0, and the second half is on the way live next. You are listening to Premier League Live.
Got an unquenchable thirst for sport? Get up to speed with the day's biggest sports stories with the Talk Sport Hit. Crammed full of the latest team news, big match previews, and discussing the day's hottest topics.
They're improving week in, week out.
Plus, get all the latest results and full fan reaction to the biggest events in world sport.
It's a wonderful goal!
Satisfy your thirst for sports news with the Talk Sport Hit. Subscribe now on Acast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Talk Sport. 20 years old and still not able to make a cup of tea.
That's a great starting point, I think. Excuse me.
With bitter experience comes great responsibility.
Let's go to Cumbria and Fraser. Fraser, good morning. Hello. Fraser, get out of that league.
The nation's first and best commercial sports radio station.
Live, lubricated and legendary.
20 years of Talk Sport.
Previously on White and Jordan.
This is rewarding mediocrity. No. It's not. It's the exact opposite.
Two towering giants of sports media.
He's got COVID-19. He's got Newcastle wanting to sue him. He's got broadcasters pulling money out of deals left, right, and centre. You wouldn't want to fly with this guy, would you?
Jim White and Simon Jordan.
Double trouble, daily drama, and searing debate.
Continues weekday mornings from 10 on Talk Sport.
20 years of Talk Sport.
Gentlemen, good evening.
There's no such thing as an overnight success.
Accrington Stanley 4, titanium plasmatronic death droids from the future, 0.
Excess.
I wasn't getting up, I was just getting in.
Excitement.
Excuse me,
and extremely strong opinions.
I spend my life covering the big game at the big level.
On DAB, medium wave, and on your smart speaker. 20 years of Talk Sport.
Previously on White and Jordan.
If you haven't bought, owned, managed, sold a player, managed a football club, sat in a boardroom, sat in a dressing room, what exactly do you know?
100% engagement.
The Football League is a league which is a busted flush. You're obsessed with that subject, you do know that.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. High Octane Radio. Continues weekday mornings from 10 on Talk Sport.
The Women's Football Weekly Podcast.
With Faye Carruthers. All the action, excitement and drama from across the entire women's game.
Clean off the line by Steph Horton.
Including the Women's Super League.
Ellen Price is there to tap it in.
The UEFA Women's Champions League.
Lana Clellan striking from outside the penalty area.
And the Euro 2021 qualifiers.
On the edge of the area to Emsley. And Emsley's going to finish it off.
Plus, all the home nations' international friendlies.
Lucy Bronze with the strike from the edge of the penalty area.
World-beating big match conversation.
There's Jodie Taylor.
Subscribe now to the Women's Football Weekly Podcast on Acast, Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to TalkSport's coverage of Arsenal against Chelsea from Emirates Stadium. I'm your host, Phil Blackett. Alongside me is the former Tottenham Hotspur midfielder, Kevin Watson. This is Premier League Live. And we are waiting for the start of the second period at the Emirates, where Arsenal are in some trouble against Chelsea. It's been a dominant display from the visitors so far. The goals from Lukaku and from Reece James, putting Chelsea in charge. And they will fancy their chances of more, maybe, Kevin Watson, in the second period here, given the way it's gone so far.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll start on the front foot. I think Arsenal will have to start on the front foot, but that will suit Chelsea. That will suit Chelsea. If Chelsea suck it up like they did in the first half, their devastating pace and power with Lukaku on the break will only serve to do more damage to this Arsenal team. So it'll be a really interesting second half. How do Arsenal go about it? Do they try and ease themselves into it, not concede early? Do they try and go all out? If they try and go all out and throw loads of bodies forward, they're certainly going to get hurt on the counter-attack by this Blues team.
Well, we are about to find out. The players making their way back onto the pitch for this second period. Let me remind you of the lineups. No news as yet of any half-time changes. Will be more likely amongst the home camp, of course. It's Bernd Leno in goal for Arsenal, Cedric, Rob Holding, Pablo Mari and Kieran Tierney, the back four. Both centre-backs, just to remind you, on yellow cards already after the first half. Granit Xhaka and Albert Sambi Lokonga in midfield with Nicola Pepe on the right, Bukayo Saka on the left, Emil Smith-Rowe in behind Gabriel Martinelli. Chelsea with Edouard Mendy in goal, Azpilicueta, Christensen and Rudiger at the back three. Reece James, Jorginho, Mateo Kovacic and Marcus Alonso across midfield effectively, with Mason Mount and Kai Havertz supporting Romelu Lukaku, who is just waiting for the match ball provided by Paul Tierney, our referee, to get this second half started. Chelsea all in the blue will play in the second period from left to right as we look at it. Arsenal also in their traditional colours of the red and white, desperately needing something to kickstart their season. But is it going to be mere damage limitation for Mikel Arteta's men in the second period? Let's see. We're off and underway once again on Premier League Live at TalkSport Live, our Twitter address. Love to hear your thoughts as this second half gets started. Fascinating few minutes in particular up and coming here as Arsenal look to try and force a way back against the odds. Really, it's a real delicate balancing act that Mikel Arteta has to try and provide. And I've had plenty to say, I'm sure, to his side at half-time. Are they able to act upon it? Chelsea slipping straight into possession. And although they weren't necessarily, Kev, creating chance after chance in that first half, they were utterly dominant really throughout most of the half. After probably a positive first 15 minutes from the Gunners.
Yeah, absolutely. But Chelsea just been in out-and-out control of the game since that period. I mean, we've been playing now for nearly a minute, and Arsenal ain't touched the ball, and there's Lukaku pinning again.
With his back to goal finding Jorginho, who helps it on for Havertz. Arsenal swarming around the player in possession. Kovacic to Marcus Alonso. Goes back in field for Rudiger. And has the pattern for the second half been set by this period of Chelsea possession? Arsenal with everybody back really inside their own half behind the ball. Cesar Azpilicueta leaves it for Jorginho. Kovacic. They each resist the temptation to be the one to try and pick the pass. They don't need to force it, of course.
Absolutely
Chelsea.
not. Don't be the one to give the ball away. That's what I'll be saying to them. Don't be the one.
Azpilicueta forward to Lukaku once more. Mason Mount was the one trying to pick up the pieces. He goes down just in front of the penalty area. Referee waves it on. Reece James with the touch back in field for Kovacic, and he's able to find Azpilicueta in space. Rolls it in first time. Lukaku is strong here as he attempted to wriggle away from Granit Xhaka. Pablo Mari was there, and so too behind him was Holding, preventing the corner kick. It's only a throw, but it's ominous for Arsenal the way this half has started.
That's 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes of Chelsea having the ball. One half tackle on Lukaku in the box, but that's it.
The rain hasn't relented during the half-time interval. It's still coming down pretty heavily, and Chelsea certainly haven't relented in their pursuit of a more handsome victory.
Well, all of a sudden, the roar at the start of the game, when Arsenal started on the front foot, has now gone, and you can hear a pin drop really in it at the moment.
The contrast in atmosphere at the start of the second half to the start of the first is quite something, isn't it?
It is. It's like a testimonial game now. And the empty seats, I mean, they can't have gone home already. I mean, what are they doing?
I know it's raining, but even so, there are a lot of empty seats at the start of this second period. One or two might have gone home, you know.
Yeah, well,
fearing what's coming, perhaps.
Never really understood that. Support and supporters mean you support your team. You know, all clubs at various times go through frustrating times and difficult times. I've never understood the nastiness that can be spouted around towards players and managers.
Arsenal are in real need of that support right now. The toughest of tasks for them today. It was always likely to be this. It's certainly proving that way. There's Kai Havertz for Chelsea. Breaks loose. Holding will get there first, just in front of his own penalty area. He'll get it back from Cedric, but Havertz will apply the pressure and charges down the clearance from Holding. It came off. Havertz spins away for the Arsenal throw, but pinning them back deep inside their own territory here.
I think the wind has just been taken out of Arsenal's sails in that first half. They've come out. Chelsea have had the ball in the majority of the opening 4 minutes.
Take the throw, but are beaten too at the loose ball on the touchline there, and Chelsea have it back. To build again with Kovacic. Lukaku again, it's into his feet. He had his back to goal. This time he's able to turn. He gets his shot away, left-footed. It was blocked by Pablo Mari. It spins loose for Havertz on the left before Marcus Alonso takes over. Cedric is with him. It's a lovely little flick though back for Havertz. Turns away from Smith Rowe. Havertz onto the right foot, hit Holding with it, and it is scrambled away from the edge of the Arsenal penalty area. They got a little lucky maybe, but this is better. It's Tierney on the charge, trying to get on the end of his own ball forward. Christensen came across though, requires assistance from his goalkeeper Mendy. And now Azpilicueta will go back to Mendy again on the edge of his own 6-yard box this time. Again, Arsenal try and apply the pressure when they can high up the pitch. Mendy was forced to hurry his clearance somewhat. Tierney will look to return it. Neat little flick from Martinelli, but there's a flag up, and that will halt Smith Rowe in his tracks.
If we go back probably 30-40 seconds, again up the other end of the pitch, Kovacic, ball into Lukaku, pinning the centre half again. They've got to do something about it. Even if they put 3 men in midfield and play a 3-man midfield with one detailed to stop that ball going into that front man, they need to do something, because eventually it's going to hurt them again.
Something of a rarity a moment ago. Pablo Mari actually came away with the ball and won it against Lukaku, albeit just inside the Chelsea half, and Arsenal still trying to pick up the pieces from the passage of play that followed. Smith Rowe going down. Referee says no free kick, and Chelsea are able to play on, and they have it here with Kovacic. He's spotted the run of Alonso. It's asking an awful lot of him, though. It was played into space, but Cedric had enough of a head start and just got there first. He's able to return it to his goalkeeper.
I think Kovacic has been the outstanding performer on the pitch. He really has. He's not wasted a pass.
And you think they've got N'Golo Kanté to come back into this team somewhere in the heart of that midfield. Not missed him remarkably yet, given everything that Kanté provides for Chelsea. Arsenal back on the ball here. Little touch for Sambi Lokonga, working it wide. Smith Rowe with the angle to deliver the cross. Rudiger flings himself at it and takes no chances in heading it behind for the corner. But a bit better from Arsenal. Or at least asking some questions in an attacking sense again now. They take the corner kick pretty short, actually. Pepe over on that far side will get it back from Cedric, now on the left boot, but it's comfortably headed away by Mason Mount. As far as Sambi Lokonga, he will loft it into the penalty area, right-footed. Marcus Alonso challenging for that. Breaks loose for Bukayo Saka to strike it, and it took a nick on the way through. It was moving in the air, and it needed a touch over the top from Edouard Mendy, who does turn it over, but was extended really for the first time that I can remember in the game.
Yeah, good save. Took a deflection off Alonso on the way through, and that was heading for the roof of the net. No chances from Mendy. Wet balls, slippery ball, had to turn that over the bar.
Did everything with it that he needed to do with it at the expense of this corner kick. 7 minutes into the second half. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2. Pepe left-footed from the right. Holding, challenging for it. Lukaku inside his own box doing his defensive duties was the one that cleared it. But Arsenal will come again with Bukayo Saka. A couple of step-overs as he takes on Azpilicueta, who didn't commit to the challenge though and has support from Mason Mount. They double up on Saka here, who is still in there scrapping for it. And it's going to go Chelsea's way. Came off Saka last. I think it's a goal kick for the Blues.
Such a competitor, Azpilicueta, like we said in the first half. He is Mr. Chelsea. Gives a fist pump when the referee gives a goal kick. Tenacious. Didn't want to lose that battle with Saka, and in the end came out on top.
Mendy touches the goal kick short to his right for Christensen. The Blues opt to build from the back this time with Reece James down the line. Mason Mount infield. Here's Lukaku. Heavy first touch, but he got to it ahead of Tierney. James goes infield. Kai Havertz. Rudiger stepping forward from centre back to join in with the attack. Has the ball for the Blues midway inside the Arsenal half now, but goes back infield to Kovacic. Now Christensen round about the centre spot. Azpilicueta as the Chelsea centre-backs combine in possession. Kovacic splitting them, helping it on to Rudiger. Kovacic again. Azpilicueta to Jorginho. All the way back they go to Edouard Mendy. Martinelli the furthest forward for Arsenal on that occasion, trying to apply the pressure. Marcus Alonso kept it in. Combination down that Chelsea left-hand side. Jorginho also comes under pressure from Granit Xhaka. Christensen there first, just ahead of Martinelli. Here's Rudiger. Down the line for Marcus Alonso. Arsenal are snapping into the challenges. They're not giving Chelsea space at the moment. There has been a response of sorts.
Yeah, they're pushing higher up the pitch. They're further up the pitch. They're trying to stop it at source.
.54 minutes on the clock at Emirates Stadium. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2 on Premier League Live. Final game of the day in the Premier League. 1-1 Southampton, Manchester United earlier. And Spurs made it 2 wins from 2. 1-0 at Nuno's former side Wolves earlier in the day. This is Reece James for Chelsea, taking the pass from Mason Mount, who's continued in support of his England colleague, but it's played infield instead for Azpilicueta to deliver the cross, looking for Lukaku. Holding's initial challenge, and then it came for Cedric just to nod it behind. It's a Chelsea corner this time in the driving rain. These corner kicks could be very difficult for the goalkeepers.
Yeah, really difficult conditions now. Mistakes could be aplenty in this last 35 minutes.
Only a third Chelsea corner of the game. Arsenal have had twice as many at the other end, without yet being able to make one count. Mason Mount is going to take this one for Chelsea from their left-hand side. Movement in the middle. Goes near post with it. Azpilicueta was up there. Martinelli back defending his own box. Havertz puts the pressure on him and gets it back here from Mount. They combine in a tight spot on the touchline, but they combine really well, and Jorginho gets involved as well, working the 1-2 with Kai Havertz. Has it again here. Cedric with him, trying to stand his ground under not insignificant pressure, and Smith Rowe clears it away, but it will come back again, you suspect, from Marcus Alonso. Nudges it infield for Christensen. Arsenal still with everybody back defending their own half of the field. Antonio Rudiger forward for Chelsea. Mason Mount back towards Rudiger again. Chelsea, uncharacteristically in the recent history of this fixture, have lost the last 3 meetings against Arsenal. 2 of them in the Premier League last season. It was a Boxing Day victory over the Blues that kick-started the second half really of Arsenal's season under Mikel Arteta and took them clear from, at the time, what was threatening to become a potential relegation battle. They still ended up missing out on European qualification. They had won only 2 of the previous 17 Premier League meetings before last season. It appears today that this is reverting to more recent type. But Leno will clear away for the Gunners. And the flag up against Nicola Pepe as he brings it down right in front of the assistant referee, who could not have been better positioned to make the call on that occasion. Arsenal have steadied the ship a little bit, but if they are to have realistic prospects of taking anything from the game, they need much more, and they're under pressure again here. Lukaku lays it off. Mason Mount to strike it left-footed, didn't really catch it cleanly when given a glimpse of goal afforded to him by Lukaku's layoff, and wide it goes in the end.
Well, wonderful cross-field ball to Reece James. Look at that. Lukaku in space again, just drops it off. He'll be disappointed there, Mason Mount. He's normally prolific from that sort of area.
Yeah, his type of territory, wasn't it? That's wide it went. Back come Chelsea again, although the whistle's gone this time. Kovacic, who was in full flight, called back by referee Tierney. Martinelli back on his feet. Challenge on him from behind was by Christensen. Smith Rowe for Arsenal. It's Chelsea's turn to get pretty much everybody back behind the ball, and Cedric has carelessly given it away. Kovacic comes away with it. Jorginho assessing his options in midfield. He was looking for Lukaku. Pablo Mari had read it, got there first. It was better from him. Sambi Lokonga now for Arsenal. Smith Rowe does find its way to Cedric despite the presence of Kovacic. Smith Rowe again away from the Croatian Mateo Kovacic. Goes back towards Rob Holding, still just inside Chelsea territory, as is his central defensive colleague Pablo Mari. As those two combine, he will get it back from Saka, but in maintaining possession. They've returned it all the way to Bernd Leno, position just in front of his own penalty area, and Arsenal will have to begin all over again really, but they do still have the ball before Leno opts to go long. It might be a route one, but it might be effective. Martinelli was putting the pressure on. Christensen was across though, and in the end dealt with it coolly enough.
Yeah, that was just route one football, wasn't it? They've nearly got in. All that passing around and splitting at the back, and all of a sudden Leno just spins one over the top because they were being penned in, pressed in. There must be space somewhere, and it was behind that Chelsea back three.
Corner comes almost directly as a result of that. Granit Xhaka is going to leave it here, having initially put the ball down. There is some activity on the Arsenal touchline as well. Aubameyang, I think, is being readied. We're approaching the hour mark. First will come the corner. It's a deeper delivery from Pepe. They're queuing up far side, and it's turned wide by Holding. Real chance from in front of goal. Nodded back for Rob Holding, who was able to get on the end of it, and it whistles just wide of Edouard Mendy's left-hand post, as close as Arsenal have come.
Well, I think he needs to score. In fact, he has to score. Great nod back, wasn't it? Oh, it's 6-7 inches wide. But you can hear the groans from the crowd. It's obviously being shown on the big screen. That could have been a real lifeline for Arsenal there.
So close for Holding. I was about to say a big chance in the context of what we've seen, but it was a big chance whatever the context really for Rob Holding.
Yeah, I agree.
Arsenal creating their first clear-cut opening of the game, but squandering it an hour in at Emirates Stadium. What a difference it might have made had that gone the other side of the frame of the goal. And now surrounding Kai Havertz, 3 Arsenal players almost on top of the German there, and a little bit of afters that followed the referee's whistle as well. It's Havertz first that is being crawled across by Paul Tierney. It's just going to be a word of warning, I think, for him. Here it is at the end of all that. That's just giving Chelsea a bit to think about for the first time really since the early stages of the game, and maybe a bit more to think about now, because they are going to bring on Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. He wasn't available last weekend after a positive COVID-19 test, but has since tested negative. He's been back in training, unlike Lacazette and Willian, who remain unavailable. So Aubameyang is on. It's Bukayo Saka whose spot in the side he has taken here for the remainder of the contest, with enough time to make a difference. 3 goals he's got in 6 previous appearances against Chelsea. Arsenal need one of their talisman really to step up now in this last half an hour.
Yeah, they do, massively.
First involvement is to go shoulder to shoulder with Christensen, but the Chelsea defender was the one able to stay on his feet and play the ball back for his goalkeeper to clear, and there is a foul in there by Granit Xhaka on Mason Mount. The referee was in the vicinity and able to make the call, which has gone in Chelsea's favour, further fueling the frustration amongst the Arsenal supporters at the moment, but they have at least been buoyed by their team beginning to find more of a threat.
Yeah, and again on the front foot, they're not letting Chelsea dictate the game.
The Blues go long and look for Marcus Alonso from the free kick that followed. Holding got his head to it first. It's out of play for the Chelsea throw, and Alonso was content to let it go that far before returning it down the line for Antonio Rudiger. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2. 62 on the clock on Premier League Live. Here's Lukaku dispossessed by Holding. And a bit more space again for the Gunners now on the counter-attack with Martinelli. Aubameyang in the middle. Slight change of role for Martinelli. He was trying to tease it through for Aubameyang. It will come to him now. Little fortunately maybe. Strikes it first time left-footed and comfortably behind it was on Edouard Mendy. He wasn't extended on that occasion, but it does highlight the threat maybe that he brings. Off the bench, Aubameyang was the one trying to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. Spin on the shot on the turn there from Aubameyang. Never really going to trouble Mendy, but look, Arsenal are now on the front foot and they're pinning Chelsea in their own half and won't let them play out. Although Chelsea have found a way there, but it's amazing because the ball has stopped sticking with Lukaku. Makes a big difference.
Yeah. I mean, credit to Holding and Mari so far in that respect, but this is Lukaku now picking up the ball from Mason Mount, just held up by Holding. And Pepe actually was helping out his defence as well, able to play it clear from inside his own box. And now with Smith Rowe on that far side, the Arsenal right, Kovacic with him, unable to win back possession though, Sambi Lokonga. Nicola Pepe once more. It does feel as if Arsenal have begun to get a little bit of a grip when it comes to dealing with the threat of Lukaku, but for how long we shall see. Chelsea try and find him again with a slightly wider ball this time. He's forced to come out to the right to get there. Holding has gone with him. Lukaku holds it up, finds Mason Mount, now Reece James in a wider position. Mount almost on the corner of the penalty area. James back down the line again. Azpilicueta has it taken off his toes by Aubameyang. Granit Xhaka goes infield. And there could be a bit of space for Sambi Lokonga. Aubameyang's continued his run. He was the target. Mendy did really well because he read the danger, came racing out of his area, acting as the sweeper keeper and got there first as he needed to.
Great starting position from Mendy. But again, Arsenal, they're snapping into tackles, making it difficult for Chelsea. Kovacic tries to read the ball inside. All of a sudden he's out of the game. Sorry, Jorginho. And that's a lovely little ball. Christensen, no pressure on the ball. Shouldn't be trying to stay up. Stay with runners. There you go. Good job his goalkeeper has bailed him out there.
It was a crucial contribution, wasn't it, from the Senegalese international. Aubameyang was clearly onside. He timed his run well. The ball was played into space and he would have had a clear sight of goal unattended but for the presence of Mendy. I think Mikel Arteta is going to make another move. He's in conversation on the touchline with Nuno Tavares, the Portuguese left-back who was brought in from Benfica over the summer, Portuguese under-21 international, who we saw off the bench on opening weekend as well. He's going to be next off the bench for the Gunners here. Kieran Tierney is the player receiving treatment and would be the obvious one to come off. I'm not sure if this would have happened anyway. I think it probably would, given the fact that Nuno Tavares looked to be ready anyway before Tierney went down. This with 20 minutes of the second half played on Premier League Live. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2. Tierney is coming off, and it does appear as if it's enforced. Not moving too freely as he's helped away from the field. He is doing so under his own steam. He's had a very difficult afternoon in many respects anyway. So he makes way, and the 21-year-old Nuno Tavares is on to a warm welcome from the Arsenal supporters, his first competitive appearance at the Emirates. Over on the other side, it is Cedric Suarez for Arsenal. It does give that back four something of a makeshift luck at the start of the season. Missing new signing Ben White, of course, having fallen victim to illness ahead of the game. Gabriel not yet fit enough, having returned from Olympic duty with an injury with Brazil in the summer. Tierney now off as well. Bellerin seemingly wanting away. There is another foul on Lukaku. This one from Sambi Lokonga, another of the new boys. He's into the book. Third Arsenal name taken today.
Too powerful. Just too powerful, Phil. Look, tries to read it, start with Lokonga. No, then stands off. As soon as you allow this man to stand you up and run at you, that's the only way you stop him. More often than not, that is the only way you stop him.
Knew what was coming, didn't he? The young Belgian into the book as we approach the midway point of this second half. Promising position this for Chelsea as well from the free kick that will follow. Marcus Alonso is in conversation over the ball with Mason Mount right now as they discuss their options. Going into the closing quarter. The third at this stage would surely seal it beyond any doubt for Chelsea. Mount is going to leave it here for Marcus Alonso to dink it in with the left foot. Headed down by Rudiger. Blazed over the bar when it came for Kovacic. Arsenal got out to him quickly, so he had to snatch at the shot somewhat.
Yeah. First thing he's done wrong all afternoon. That's not really anything wrong, is it? Shot, goal, difficult skill on the volley, side volley. Been really, really impressed with Kovacic today, and Jorginho for that fact.
Developing that partnership, and as I mentioned, Conte to come back into the side as well. Could you play all three of them together, or do they have to rotate that roles really?
Yeah, I would say unless you're playing a flat three in there, then one of them misses out.
Yeah.
But what a dilemma to have, or an option to have. You could leave either one of those three out and not weaken your team.
Which is incredible, isn't it? Given how impressive each of them has been. Not just at the start of this season, but the majority of their time, certainly under Thomas Tuchel. Here goes Lokonga for Arsenal. He will be the first to credit the strength of the squad that he inherited from Frank Lampard, which they've only really built upon with the arrival of Lukaku. Arsenal attacking here though in towards Smith Rowe, trying to bring it down in the box and get his shot away. Not quite the space to do that. Cedric is battling for it. Whistle has gone now. There's a flag up the far side. But Arsenal haven't given this up yet.
No, they haven't. Good play that. Down the right hand side. Good ball in. Lovely touch from Smith Rowe when it came in. There we go. Touch towards goal. Crowded out really, really well there.
That's Pilaqueta, wasn't it? That I think got the crucial touch.
His positioning and the positions he puts himself in to defend are simply fantastic.
They will want the clean sheet, another clean sheet under Thomas Tuchel today. Will Chelsea kept 8 of them away from home in the Premier League last season. Here they come up the other end. Lukaku to Kai Havertz. Marcus Alonso into the penalty area, cuts back infield. Reece James fancies another go. It's deflected his right-footed shot from the edge of the penalty area. Took the sting out of it, took it away from the target, but it's a Chelsea corner.
It's just, look, high-fiving Lukaku. They're rolling balls into him, and he's backing into centre halves and not even touching the ball. So he's just shifting the defenders backwards without even touching it. So the ball's moving with him and the defender, and he's getting closer and closer to goal, if you see what I mean. Just brilliant target man play.
The striker at the very top of his game right now. Forcing this corner kick for Chelsea going into the last 20 minutes. Comes in from the right hand side. Reece James thought about the shot, tees it off instead for Kovacic to strike it again. He slashed at it somewhat with the right boot. It flashed across the face of goal, and again it's wide of the target.
Unlucky. Good lovely little set from Reece James. Unselfish, wasn't it? Just dropped it off for his teammate. He got closed down well, but here comes Kante. I wonder what one it'll be. I would assume it's going to be Jorginho or Kovacic, and I'd probably go down the route of Kovacic.
Yeah, we shall see imminently. That change is on the way. N'Golo Kanté just being readied off the bench. Arsenal appeal for a handball, which is given. Granit Xhaka struck it pretty much straight at the Chelsea player, but it was a comfortable call for referee Tierney against Kovacic, who has a wry smile on his face, and it is his number that is up. A change being made, and N'Golo Kanté for Mateo Kovacic. And, well, you touched on it, Kevin, a moment ago. Chelsea taking off probably one of their best players today, but unlikely to weaken the side I think to any extent.
I think the best, in all honesty. I mean, that's open to debate, because in the old 1 to 11, I think they've been fantastic. All of them.
It's hard to single out anybody really today, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I think they've all been brilliant.
But in Conte, on comes another of the contenders for the UEFA Player of the Year. He and teammate Jorginho, 2 of the 3-man shortlist, along with Kevin De Bruyne. And he's into the action for the last 20 minutes or so, effectively, when you factor in added time. On his comeback from injury. But no sooner have Chelsea made that change than they have an injury issue here. The referee has immediately signalled to the bench that attention is going to be required. Is it Reece James that's down, I think?
Yeah, he looked in trouble there for a minute, didn't he?
Flat on his back, and the referee, as I say, was concerned sufficiently to call for attention straight away. Just a little period of reflection in the meantime for the Chelsea players in conversation amongst themselves, whereas Thomas Tuchel on the touchline in his seat looks relatively relaxed. He's able to put the hood back down again on the coat, the cap on, and so far everything going very smoothly for him at Chelsea. He signed that new contract, of course, didn't he, in the summer after the immediate impact that he had following his January arrival. Couldn't have asked for too much more, but this is a Chelsea side that over the last 4 seasons have finished on average 27 points behind the Premier League champions. It would be staggering if there isn't a big improvement in that statistic this year.
Yeah, I think we can safely say that won't happen. That won't happen. This is the best Chelsea team that I've seen in many, many years. Many years.
And it is a Chelsea team that in 18 years under the ownership of Roman Abramovich have lifted 18 trophies under 8 different managers. Looking a little groggy, Reece James here. He's back sitting up again as the treatment continues. Another that's had an excellent game. Scorer of the goal, which as it stands still gives Chelsea that little bit of breathing space. Their second goal.
I don't think he's going to continue, because he was out for, I would say, 3 or 4 seconds there.
Well, the decision, of course, is not in the player's hands these days. No. Even if he wanted to continue it, he wouldn't be allowed to. Whether it would be classed as a concussion substitute would be determined by the medics. They haven't replaced him yet, but he remains off the pitch as Arsenal take the corner through Nicola Pepe. Chelsea temporarily are down to 10, and he is going to come back on actually here. Reece James, he's back on the field. Still the danger though, it's returned into the penalty area towards Holding, who'd stayed up from the earlier one, but Mendy, again alert, was able to get there first and was the favourite to do so. There was a header from Aubameyang that potentially caused the issue, and also a little bit unlucky with where it fell, I guess. Now N'Golo Kanté on halfway. We're heading towards the last 15 minutes on Premier League Live. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2, last game of the day. 1-1 draw between Southampton and Manchester United earlier, a 1-0 win for Spurs at Wolves. Here's Jorginho for Chelsea. Marcus Alonso bringing it down. N'Golo Kanté trying to return it to him. We still have West Ham Leicester, by the way, to round off the Premier League weekend tomorrow evening in the Monday Night Football. Joe Shannon and David Connolly will be your commentary team for that one tomorrow. This one not done yet, despite Chelsea remaining in charge. Reece James with a good ball down the line for Mason Mount. The block was an important one, an effective one from Nuno Tavares at the expense of the corner.
Yeah, good run, clever run from Mason Mount. Realised there was space behind the new left back Tavares. Tried to cut it back, earned his team a corner, and Chelsea at the minute, 15 minutes to go plus any added, in control of this game.
They'll take the corner short. Mason Mount with the touch, having combined with Marcus Alonso. Jorginho goes infield. Marcus Alonso will get it back again now on the left foot to Mason Mount with his back to goal. Arsenal with everybody back behind the ball. Christensen to N'Golo Kanté and back again. Here is the Danish defender in possession once more for Chelsea. Attempted to be closed down by Sambi Lokonga. N'Golo Kanté down the line. It is Rudiger who pops up in the wide left position and attempting to deliver the ball into the box with the outside of his right boot. Lukaku was his target in the middle, but Leno was able to gather up though in front of him.
Nowhere to go, wanting to play quickly, Leno. Frustrated. And that came out in the crowd again just now.
Chase on for Pepe for Arsenal. Great down the right, but Rudiger timed it really well, didn't he, to get to that first. Azpilicueta helps him out. Rudiger again helping it on to N'Golo Kanté, shifts it infield. Space for Mason Mount. James will let it run in the knowledge that Lukaku was behind him. This is Romelu Lukaku into the run of Reece James, being tracked by Pablo Mari. James goes back in field, edge of the boxes, Mason Mount looking for Lukaku again, brilliant ball, back off the bar, the header from Lukaku, and Holding is able to turn it away. Might have been a touch, I think, from Bernd Leno onto the frame of his goal to deny Lukaku his second and Chelsea's third. That nearly was game over.
It was. Sorry, Phil, the ball was so good from Mount. I jumped in over you there and by saying brilliant ball, but he's just left it into a beautiful area, Mason Mount, for Lukaku to come onto. It's a great header, but it's also a terrific save. Brilliant from Chelsea again, and that would have wrapped it up.
Does deserve the credit, doesn't he, Bernd Leno, because he did get a significant hand to that to turn it onto the crossbar. And Arsenal survived the scare as it's turned behind for the corner kick, but Lukaku fractions away from wrapping it up. This has been some return to the Chelsea team, celebrating in front of the travelling support. Great to have the away fans back in stadiums as well this season, making such a difference to the occasion. And Lukaku acknowledging that support, not just his contribution today, but it augurs so well, doesn't it, for what's to come this season where he and they are concerned.
It's an unbelievable save, that is.
Sheer reactions from Bernd Leno in the
because it's a brilliant header. Brilliant header. He got so much power in it as well.
Wonderful passage of play all round, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The ball in, the header and the save. High quality stuff at the Emirates Stadium today, of which we're into the last dozen minutes of the match now on Premier League Live. It is still Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2. Lukaku so close to extending the visitors' advantage. Well, they knew what they were getting when they invested that club record fee in his services, £97.5 million, taking his combined transfer worth to a world record £309 million. Nobody has cost more. You're not missing any of the action though. The delay in taking the corner is because of an Arsenal injury. Martinelli is being replaced here by Florin Balogun, who did start, made his Premier League debut against Brentford. Somewhat surprisingly on opening day. He's on now, the corner is in, comes all the way through to Reece James, far side, Chelsea left on his right foot, and it is quickly closed down and cleared away by the Gunners. Important touch from Jorginho to halt the counter-attack before it had ever started, and they've defended those set pieces well, but this is concerning for Arsenal that Martinelli's had to go off, and he is still in conversation with the physio just behind the goal. He hasn't yet made his way back towards the bench, but Arsenal do make their way forward down the left-hand side. Nuno Tavares delivering the cross in first time, cut out by Azpilicueta. And for Chelsea now, going into these last 10 minutes or so, concentration is key.
Yeah, absolutely. They wouldn't want to concede now, set up a grandstand finish, get the crowd up again.
There's Aubameyang for Arsenal. Exactly what they are hoping to achieve, setting up this grandstand finish. In one moment they've been left to reflect on so far, that holding header that whistled just wide. Here is Smith Rowe towards the byline. Well, he was trying to cut it back, but N'Golo Kanté, as he so often is in the way. He clears for Lukaku, little back heel tight to the touchline, surrounded by Arsenal defenders and winning the throw.
I mean, you're running out of superlatives for that man today. Brilliant from Kanté, sniffing out danger in his own box, chipping it down the line. The ball's moving towards Lukaku. He's being harried from behind, so he's got a lot of pressure on him. He's just held it up, enjoyed it, tried a back heel, and got a throw on. That's how you relieve pressure.
every facet of his game. We can see what he brings to this side. Really is hitting the ground running. Wasn't available last weekend as that move from Inter went through. And he's been involved in most things today, and he's teed up Mason Mount here. It's deflected, and a scramble as Leno hasn't quite got it under control. In the end, a number of red and white shirts surrounding him was enough insurance for the Gunners to bring it clear. Havertz was the one trying to profit on that occasion for Chelsea. He wouldn't put another goal beyond the Blues yet, far from it in these closing stages.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. They're getting in down this Arsenal left-hand side now. Again, that's where the problem's been for the whole game, really.
Mendy will clear away under pressure from Aubameyang, the edge of his own 6-yard box. Reece James initially looked like he might have turned back infield into trouble, but has drawn the foul from Granit Xhaka, wins the free kick. And that affords Chelsea the chance to make another change and bring back another player returning from the briefest of spells on the sidelines. Hakim Ziyech is on for Mason Mount. Ziyech was a goal scorer in the Super Cup success against Villarreal. Scored the opening goal, went off through injury before half-time of the game that they eventually went on to win in the penalty shootout, but it, as I said, was only a brief spell out of the side, having missed out last weekend, and he is on for Mason Mount. And again, you wouldn't expect them to skip a beat after the substitution, really.
No.
I suspect you could probably say that whatever substitution they make at the moment, such as the depth on their bench. Smith Rowe with a throw for Arsenal. Touch for Tavares, who will get it back from Emil Smith Rowe again. It comes off Reece James. It's an Arsenal corner with 7.5 of the 90 to play.
Well, they've not given up, Arsenal. I'll give them that. They've kept going. Their heads haven't dropped. They've not really created a threat or many chances, but they've given it a go.
No further damage done in the second half in terms of the score sheet, which many amongst the Arsenal support may well have been fearing at half-time. We certainly suspected it could have been coming. It hasn't yet. And Arsenal have got a corner here to try and halve the deficit. Nicola Pepe to take, as he has the vast majority of these. Mendy comes and gets a strong right hand over the top to it to help it away from initial danger. Hakim Ziyech is underneath it as well and clears under pressure from Smith Rowe. Back with Smith Rowe now on the halfway line. Ziyech still with him. Conte trying to get in there as well, but Smith Rowe rides the challenge, races clear with it. He's covered good ground, and he has picked the pass for Nicola Pepe. He's forced wide by the presence of Reece James, not giving Pepe any time on the ball. And in the end, the Ivorian has to settle for the throw, which he takes very quickly into the feet of Nuno Tavares, joining in with the attack, providing support for Pepe down that left in the final third, and playing it into the penalty area. Not too many in blue in the way. Ziyech able to clear. He was looking for Lukaku. It does run away and out of play. Arsenal take the throw quickly, but I think it's actually gone the other way. There's a Chelsea throw. It came off Pablo Mari. And they are almost there. The Blues in beginning with back-to-back victories in the Premier League, both in London derbies, in which they had the best record of any capital club last season. Back-to-back London derby defeats for Arsenal, if it stays like this. Total attempts, I'm just getting the official stats through, 19-6 in Chelsea's favour, which would suggest the victory would be as comfortable as it has appeared to be. It's Hakim Ziyech looking to settle it with a third dancing feed into the penalty area. Tried to pick out Marcus Alonso, cleared by Cedric. Conte will just get to it ahead of Granit Xhaka though. Ziyech with another go here in space, right side of the penalty area on the left foot. Deflected away off Granit Xhaka. James still attempting to pick up the pieces. He has it on the corner of the box. Arsenal now have had time to get bodies back behind the ball again. Azpilicueta going into the final 5 of the 90 minutes. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2 on Premier League Live. Chelsea advance once more with their Spanish skipper Azpilicueta. Jorginho back to Azpilicueta once more. And now Christensen on halfway. And Arsenal are where they have been for long spells of the match, desperately working without the ball and not really getting close enough to win it back. Little periods of the game where that has changed, but those periods haven't been sustained enough to enable them to get back in the game. Mendy will go long here, able to take a couple of touches. Ziyech was his target on halfway. It will break for Balogun though. unable to link with Aubameyang. Balogun getting his opportunity in the Premier League. His Arsenal future had been in doubt when other clubs were interested, and his contract was coming towards its conclusion late last year, but committed his future in April with a new 4-year deal. Lukaku will reach this for Chelsea on the edge of the penalty area and has support from Kai Havertz, who's in almost through the legs of Bernd Leno. His compatriot was just able to get enough on it and recover and gather the loose ball.
Oh, they're so quick on the counter-attack, aren't they? So quick. Ziyech started that one into Lukaku. Great overlap from Havertz. Oh, what are they doing, Arsenal?
Havertz was almost in again, holding just about doing enough. He was put under pressure by the ball back to him. And now the Gunners go long. Balogun was the target. But there is barely time to talk about anything else, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Chelsea are on the attack again. It's been that sort of contest so far. I suspect it will be a similar approach throughout the season from Thomas Tuchel's men. Arsenal won't be the only side to suffer against them. Nobody yet really this season has laid a glove on them. I know it's still a very small sample size at the start of the campaign. Might be different next weekend. Liverpool away. For Arsenal, it's not going to get much easier, is it? Manchester City away. Next up for the Gunners. And they could be bottom of the lot without a point. Under further pressure here with Ziyech. Left-footed effort is deflected over the bar. It will go for the corner. Hakim Ziyech desperate to have his say.
He is, but greedy, in my opinion. Havertz had made that little overlapping run down the right again and was in again. If Ziyech would have reversed it to him, chose not to, run into bodies, and then shot deflected.
Last couple of minutes of the 90 approaching. Arsenal are back in action in midweek, actually, before that Manchester City match. And they go to West Bromwich Albion on Wednesday in the second round of the League Cup. It's the Premier League position, the cause of concern for Mikel Arteta, who sits head bowed at the moment on the bench as Chelsea get ready to make a late change. Timo Werner is going to come on. Having started the game against Crystal Palace, he won't come on until after this corner kick, though, which is in by Reece James. In towards Azpilicueta. It came off Balogun, I think, near post. Arsenal have plenty back defending that area, and James will get another go from a second corner in quick succession. All in front of their travelling supporters in that far corner of Emirates Stadium. So James delivers deep. Leno will get to it first and gets enough on it, despite being crowded out really on the edge of the 6-yard box. Did well enough to help it out, applying this near side for the throw. And that will afford Chelsea the chance to make this change. It will be one German international for another, because Kai Havertz is the player that will come off. And Werner into the action. Many questioning his role now after Lukaku's arrival. And if he gets the chance, I'm sure Werner would love, as most players would love, to be able to play with Lukaku. It doesn't necessarily have to be one or the other, such as Werner's versatility in attack.
Absolutely. Just struggled for a goal last season, didn't he?
Yeah, just the 6 in the Premier League. Doubled that tally in all competitions. And the fact that Jorginho was top scorer with 7 penalties says something. He was still able to finish top 4 and win the Champions League. As Alonso delivers the cross here towards Lukaku, with him in the side, he would strongly suspect the top scorer will have more than 7 goals this season in the Premier League for Chelsea. They did share those goals around last year. It was about the collective, really. And Thomas Tuchel won't want to lose that element this year. Early evidence suggests he's in no danger of doing so. We're about to find out how much will be added on at the end of the 90 here. This is Azpilicueta forward to N'Golo Kanté, because the 90 minutes are up. Damage done in the first half with those Chelsea goals from Lukaku and Reece Brown, and they are 3 minutes away now from confirmation of 3 more points at the start of the season. Long clearance from Bernd Leno this time. Will be returned almost with interest by Rudiger. Pablo Mari helps it back to his goalkeeper. Lukaku was so close with that header tipped onto the bar by Bernd Leno. who has competition for his place now after Aaron Ramsdale's signing. It may well be a debut in that aforementioned League Cup match in midweek for Ramsdale. He's been brought in not necessarily as a backup, but to provide genuine competition for Leno.
He's a good goalkeeper.
Aubameyang at the other end will help it forward towards Balogun here, but still nothing back for Arsenal. Mendy Cooley just steps across, is able to gather it up, and he will take his time before clearing it away. Arsenal have kept coming, but not necessarily had the conviction in that part of the pitch. Spent an awful lot of money, of course. Ramsdale could cost up to £30 million, 50 million on Ben White, another 30 on Ødegaard. Not necessarily the end of the spending yet either, with the transfer window open until the end of the month, but you do look at the Arsenal squad this season. They strengthened in terms of numbers, but they don't have the same number of games, of course, as last year.
Yeah, exactly.
Not sure they've necessarily strengthened the starting lineup at all, really.
No.
In contrast to Lukaku's arrival at Chelsea, they've identified that one position that they probably felt they needed to be better in, and they've spent a significant sum in doing so, but helped, of course, by the fact that they already have the squad in place around him.
Yeah.
I've heard kind of contrasts or similarities between Arteta's position and that of Frank Lampard, and that Chelsea did make the change, removed a fan's favourite who was still in the relative infancy of his coaching career, and brought in a big name tactician. I guess the difference, though, if Arsenal were to do something similar and lose faith in Mikel Arteta, whoever comes in wouldn't have the same riches to work with that Thomas Tuchel has had.
No, absolutely not.
That has only been emphasised really today with the confident, comfortable nature of this Chelsea performance. Last few seconds now, N'Golo Kanté is into the penalty area. Arsenal with plenty of bodies back, but that tells something of its own story at this stage of the game, when they're 2 behind at home. Looking for Aubameyang, but it's comfortably cut out by Chelsea, and I was going to say cleared. Instead they understandably opt just to maintain possession and will attempt to do so through to the final whistle, but instead the whistle goes for the foul on N'Golo Kanté. Chelsea have for the most part countered this, and there is confirmation of their success in fitting fashion. The damage was done in the first half. Romelu Lukaku, who else really, on his second Chelsea debut, started the scoring a quarter of an hour in. Reece James doubled the Chelsea lead, value for it at that stage 10 minutes before the break, and they kept Arsenal at arm's length. The Gunners do deserve some credit. They didn't capitulate in the second half. They gave it a go. There was no further damage to the scoreline, despite Lukaku coming so close and requiring an excellent save from Bernd Leno to help a header onto the crossbar. Holding was close for Arsenal, had that effort, which whistled just wide. His header gone in. It might have been different, who knows, but probably unlikely. Chelsea were always that little bit too good. And the full-time whistle at Emirates Stadium sees their fine start to the season continues. Back-to-back defeats, though, for the Gunners. Arsenal 0, Chelsea 2. Mateo Kovacic prodding it forward. Lukaku with his back to goal, and Pablo Mari in close attendance. Good ball forward by Kovacic, though, for Reece James. Lukaku lurking, gets the touch from right in front of goal. Checks to make sure the flag has stayed down and wheels away in celebration. Lukaku is back in blue, back in the Premier League, and immediately amongst the goals, a quarter of an hour in North London.
It's a wonderful little half volley in from Reece James, and Lukaku, well, he couldn't have wanted an easier chance to open his Chelsea account for the second time. 1-0.
Marcus Alonso for Chelsea. Towards Havertz, who did really well to keep that alive, keep it in play. Finds Marcus Alonso, who's looking for Lukaku. Xhaka with the attempted challenge. The referee's played the advantage here. It's worked into the path of Reece James, who scores for Chelsea. Thumping finish, right-footed across the keeper and in. And the Blues have doubled their lead. They had been threatening it. Reece James with a goal.
And James for the umpteenth time in acres and acres of space on that right-hand side. But what an unerring finish, right in the top corner. Chelsea lead 2-0.
Sambi Lokonga, he will loft it into the penalty area, right-footed. Marcus Alonso challenging for that. Breaks loose for Bukayo Saka to strike it, and it took a nick on the way through. It was moving in the air, and it needed a touch over the top from Edouard Mendy. Space for Mason Mount. James will let it run in the knowledge that Lukaku was behind him. This is Romelu Lukaku into the run-off. Reece James being tracked by Pablo Mari. James goes back in field, edge of the boxes. Mason Mount looking for Lukaku again. Brilliant ball. Back off the bar. The header from Lukaku. And Holding is able to turn it away.
It's a great header, but it's also a terrific save. Brilliant from Chelsea again, and that would have wrapped it up.
Well, Lukaku was so close to his second goal of the game. That fine save from Bernd Leno onto the bar denied him, but ultimately the job really had already been done by then Kevin Watson, and it was a hugely impressive performance from Chelsea. They weren't able to go on and extend their lead in the second half, but they didn't necessarily need to.
No, they wasn't, but they could have done. As I say, a brilliant save from Leno there, from Lukaku's header. They had numerous other good positions in and around the box, which they didn't quite make the most of, but like I say, the first half was imperious. The second half they managed the game. This is an extremely impressive Chelsea team.
Just the start to the season that they were hoping for, but it is back-to-back defeats for Arsenal. Can they take positives from the fact that there was an element of damage limitation? It didn't get worse in the second half as we feared it might, and they did give it a bit of a go. They came close with a Holding header, but they were never really close enough. It's clutching at straws, I guess, from where Arsenal want to be in the Premier League. They're not quite there yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're loose defensively. I mean, that man Lukaku had a lot to do with that. I mean, Chelsea, it says, only had 5 attempts on target, but they had a total of 22 attempts. And that's in contrast to Arsenal's 3 on target out of 6 attempts. There's still something not right about this Arsenal team. I'm not sure what it is. They still look a little bit disjointed. Obviously, Aubameyang coming back will be, a big plus for them. But at the minute, I'm in agreement with most other people that speak about the game. I don't think they're anywhere near the top 4 at the moment.
Next up for them, just looking ahead, there's Manchester City away on Saturday. Every chance, all likelihood really, that they'll go into the first international break of the season without a point on the board.
Well, they're going to be up against a Manchester City team that's a fabulous outfit, fabulous unit, and it's at the Etihad, isn't it, as well?
It is,
so
yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say they're unbeatable there, but they're as near as damn it. I mean, they are a fabulous football team, Manchester City, especially at home, and it will be incredibly difficult for Arsenal to go there and get anything. But as we know, stranger things have happened in football.
And Chelsea's next game should be pretty tasty, shouldn't it? Away at Liverpool on the same day, next Saturday. Currently, the way the season has started, the top 2 in the table.
Yeah, no, that'll be a brilliant game because they both play on the front foot. They both play high tempo, full crowd as well going into that one. So I think that'll be an outstanding game. But at the minute, I would just favour Chelsea.
Will probably be their first real test, though, because neither Crystal Palace nor Arsenal today have got close enough, have they?
No, they've not really laid a glove on them, so it will be a test, but I don't think that they rest on their laurels. They're beating what's in front of them. They're still playing high tempo, whoever they're playing against. They're devastating on the counter-attack. Their wing-backs have been brilliant. We're watching the Reece James goal again. Alonso was actually on the back post. As that ball hits the net, Alonso was the nearest one following it in. That's your 2 wing-backs. So they're a very good team. Be a terrific game next week.
Certainly, well, plenty to look forward to next weekend. Kev, thanks for your company today. Enjoyed it. Kevin Watson was alongside me for Chelsea's 2-0 victory at Arsenal. Just to remind you of the earlier results on this Premier League Sunday. It finished all square on the south coast between Southampton and Manchester United 1-1. Manchester United having come from behind, a Fred own goal cancelled out by Mason Greenwood, and Tottenham have made it 2 wins from 2 at the start of the season as well. They won at Nuno Espirito Santo's former club Wolves by 1-0. One more match on the Monday Night Football, that is West Ham against Leicester City, but Chelsea 2-0 winners at Arsenal today. You are listening to Premier League Live.
From the terraces to the touchline, if you're the ultimate football fan, you need to subscribe to the Game Day podcast from TalkSport.
Oh yes! He's done it again!
It's the twice-weekly Premier League roundup that brings you big-name guests, in-depth previews and tough-tackling analysis from the world's biggest football league.
Oh, what a finish! He's beaten the keeper to it!
Feel the might of the top flight. Subscribe now to the Game Day podcast. Available on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Get bowled over with Following On, the fast-paced cricket podcast from TalkSport that'll hit you for 6. It's a pitch-perfect delivery of first-class cricket news.
And that's a beautiful straight drive.
Boasting an impressive strike rate of exclusive big-name guests.
Oh, you little ripper!
and fielding fierce fan reaction.
Oh, that might be out.
Don't get caught out. Subscribe now to the Following On podcast. Available on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
They faced bitter prejudice.
What they had to endure was horrific.
They battled injustice.
Basically, they threw the rule book away.
But their talent was inextinguishable, and they rose to become sporting icons that etched their legacy on the history of English football.
What a strike! What a finish!
Coming in from the cold is an exclusive 6-part documentary that chronicles the struggles and the triumphs of black footballers in the English game. Join Jessica Crichton as she uncovers the untold stories and hears firsthand from a host of superstar names, including John Barnes, Viv Anderson, Luther Blissett, Andy Cole, Rachel Yankee, John Fashanu, and many more.
These guys went through it all, and they are true inspiration.
Coming in from the cold, the history of black footballers in the English game. Listen to the full series now, available on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tom Rennie here to tell you about a new soccer podcast called Week in the Tackle with me and Brian Dunseth.
That's right, Tom. Well, join us for new episodes every Monday as we argue about all the top soccer stories we think are worth tackling.
Plus, we'll welcome the occasional guest to join in on the debate.
Strong opinions, big stories, no agenda.
Week in the Tackle, available on Mondays from wherever you get your podcasts.
If it's a big story in soccer, we'll tackle it.
Got an unquenchable thirst for sport? Get up to speed with the day's biggest sports stories with the Talk Sport Hit. Crammed full of the latest team news, big match previews, and discussing the day's hottest topics.
They're improving week in, week out.
Plus, get all the latest results and full fan reaction to the biggest events in world sport.
It's a wonderful goal!
Satisfy your thirst for sports news with the Talk Sport Hit. Subscribe now on Acast, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Chelsea have made it 2 wins from their opening 2 Premier League games. They saw off Arsenal with ease at the Emirates thanks to a man-of-the-match performance from Romelu Lukaku. The Belgium striker put in a huge performance on his second debut for the club and took only 15 minutes to open his account for the season. Manchester United couldn't make it 2 wins from their opening 2 Premier League games. They had to come from behind to clinch a 1-1 draw at Southampton. Shea Adams' deflected shot went in off Fred to give the Saints the lead before Mason Greenwood equalised for the visitors. Harry Kane has made his first appearance of the Premier League season. The England captain appeared as a second-half substitute during Spurs' 1-0 win over Wolves, despite being heavily linked with a big money move away from the club. A first-half penalty from Dele Alli was enough to separate the sides.